All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, please. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your kind attention and request that we all take our seats so that we can begin with
Je
the
vous
opening
demande de
session
prendre place pour que nous puissions
of the 12th
passer à la cérémonie
Regional Forum on
d'ouverture
Sustainable Development.
pour ce
Let me
forum
take our seats.
régional
May
africain
I
sur le
just
développement
humbly
durable.
apologize
Je
for the
vous
delayed
présente
start,
toutes mes excuses pour
but
le
we are ready
retard,
to begin with the program.
mais
If I
nous
may
sommes prêts à
request
commencer
that all
le
of you,
programme. Je vous demande à vous
honorable
tous,
ministers,
mesdames et
distinguished
messieurs les
guests,
ministres, chers
please take
invités,
your seats
prenez place s'il
so
vous
that
plaît
we begin with the
pour
program
que
for
nous
this
puissions
12th
entamer le
edition of
programme
the Africa
de
Regional
cette,
Forum on
de
Sustainable Development.
cette 12e version du Forum régional africain sur le développement durable.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so if I may implore all of our honorable guests to please take your seats. I know that some of our delegates are still making their way into the auditorium, which is perfectly acceptable, but we are ready to begin with this morning's session. May I request that we all take our seats so that we can officially begin with the 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. It would be much appreciated. And also to expedite the process, if our ushers from the Secretariat could just guide our honorable ministers and delegates to their seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if I may request that we are upstanding and receive our honorable guests, special guests, the Executive Secretary and the Chair of the Bureau. You may take your seats. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, the Deputy Commissioner, our Chair, Executive Secretary, and all of you distinguished guests, it gives me the greatest pleasure to welcome you to the 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Our focus for this 12th edition is to align the values of the UN Agenda 2030 with the aspirations embedded in Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Simply put, we have a globally accepted blueprint for SDGs, but they fit coherently into a Pan-African development vision for shared prosperity and peace on the continent. Last year, we held the 11th edition of this forum on the outskirts of Kampala in what's known as the Pearl of Africa, under the support and generous hospitality of the government of Uganda and our current Bureau Chair. We are grateful. This year, the forum returns to the land of origins, Ethiopia, which, as you know, is the center of African unity, solidarity, fraternity, and leadership. And we're grateful to the government and people of Ethiopia for their continued support and hospitality. Just in case you didn't check your calendars today, let me remind you that today is the 28th of April, 2026. 4 years and 8 months remaining for us to achieve all sustainable development goals encapsulated in Agenda 2030. 4 years and 8 months. By these timelines, we are also in the third year of the second implementation plan in what the African Union has designated the decade of acceleration. Underscore acceleration. And so with these timelines and dates, I'm reminding you of the urgency to complete the tasks at hand. We have got to get things done. And what are some of these things? Access to clean drinking water, which fundamentally encapsulates all aspects of all 17 development goals. Water is life, and it's for this reason that the African Union has dedicated this year to a recognition of the importance for access to clean, potable water and sanitation. But alongside that is affordable electricity, better quality education, decent jobs, climate solutions, and then, as part of Agenda 2063, very important for us to try to integrate Africa into global value chains through high-value manufacturing, trade, and industrialization. So the work that has to be done needs untold focus and renewed energy and vigor. But having acknowledged these weaknesses and the urgency of time, please permit me, Your Excellencies, Executive Secretary, and Honorable Ministers, to say something more. At this stage, I believe it's fair for me to say we're experiencing a type of analysis paralysis. We have diagnosed the problems, the limitations of achieving all comprehensive goals. But may we move beyond the root causes and start focusing on solutions and positive impact. And why do I say this? It is incumbent upon us to remember that despite the challenges over the last decade, we have not been stagnant. Work is being done, has been done, and the needle has shifted. And there are glimmers of hope, and there are best practices to emulate. And at this 12th edition, we're hoping to reflect on some of these. In this room today are municipalities that have reached fiscal sustainability and clean audits. We want to hear about how you've done it. In this room are young people who are entrepreneurs and self-starters, who have created an interface between technology, healthcare, virtual learning, and have stimulated creative industries in fashion and film and social media and e-commerce. We want to hear about it, to emulate it. In this room are member states and African nations who have realized food self-sufficiency and agricultural surpluses that can be rolled out into broader regional markets. There are countries that have achieved gender parity in political and public representation, scalable programs in social housing and other social contributions that have started to tackle poverty. We need to hear about these solutions so that we can talk about galvanizing similar models and examples for other African nations, giving impetus to the work that is being done, can be done, and must be done in the remaining 4.5 years. And so I urge speakers who will be sharing their insights on panels, and you yourselves as audiences participating through Q&A questions, to yes, raise your concerns, point out the weaknesses, but please lead us as well to examples of success, of best practice, of impact, of models we can emulate. May we use this 12th edition of the Africa Regional Forum of Sustainable Development to remind ourselves for better collaboration and partnerships, because we've been doing it. For better coordination of policy, because we've been doing it. For better financing and funding models, because it can still be done. And for mutual support. Often at these fora, we quote African proverbs. If you'll allow me, I'll quote a Japanese proverb today. We are planting today the trees that will shade future generations. We are planting today the trees that our children and their children and their children will sit under and experience the shade and the shelter. May we do it earnestly, diligently, vigorously, collaboratively, and with absolute ownership of our development processes. So once again, distinguished guests, the warmest welcome to Addis Ababa, to the UNECA, and to the 12th Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. My name is Lerato Mbele, and I'll be your facilitator over the next 3 days. Thank you for your warm and generous invitation. Without further ado, I would like to defer the stage and yield the floor for messages of support from our most distinguished guests, beginning with the chair of the outgoing bureau, the Prime Minister of Uganda, Her Excellency Robina Nabanja.
Oh, thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders of Africa, ladies and gentlemen, Good morning. I bring you greetings from His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and the people of Uganda. I am pleased to address you and to officially open the 12th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Allow me to express our sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Ethiopia for the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation. Dear delegates, please join me in thanking His Excellency the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia for making the African capital, Addis Ababa, this beautiful. Furthermore, we thank the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for its steadfast leadership in advancing Africa's sustainable development agenda. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Uganda had the honor of hosting the 11th Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, as you have already been informed, in April 2025 in Kampala, where we collectively adopted the Kampala Declaration and the key messages to the high-level political forum. As the chair of the Bureau of that session, I am pleased to report that we have remained actively engaged in advancing these outcomes. In a special way, I wish to commend my sister, I don't know where she is, the Right Honorable Kaswel Mumba, for her support. Where is she? I came with her. There she is. For her support through chairing the Bureau of Ministers during this period. And our technical team in my office, particularly the Sustainable Development Goals Secretariat, for their excellent coordination, technical leadership, and day-to-day management of the Bureau's work over the past year. Under Uganda's leadership, the Bureau convened 4 meetings that provided strategic direction, sustained the momentum, and strengthened the follow-up on the implementation of the Kampala Declaration. I also extend my sincere appreciation to the Deputy Executive Secretary, Mama Keita. Please stand up for recognition. For coming to Kampala. And the Bureau of Ministers who joined us in Kampala for the National Performance Review Conference on Uganda's development agenda held from 15th to 17th April 2026. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa's voice has been amplified on key global platforms. Beyond the high-level political forum in New York, we have actively engaged in strategic processes, including financing for development discussions in Spain and global climate negotiations through the Conference of the Parties. And these platforms remain critical for ensuring that Africa's priorities, especially in financing, climate action, and sustainable development, are fully reflected in the global decision making. We have registered notable progress in 1, strengthening alignment of the national development plans with the sustainable development goals. Number 2, expanding data systems for evidence-based planning. Number 3, enhancing coordination mechanisms and shifting focused towards accelerated implementation. However, significant challenges remain, including financing gaps, climate vulnerabilities, and the need to scale up innovation and partnerships. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with only 4 years and 8 months remaining to 2030, we must move with urgency from commitments to concrete and measurable results. We must leverage science, technology, and innovation. Regional integration is very important. Innovative financing and strong partnerships. In Uganda, in addition to investment in peace and security, human capital development, public infrastructure development, we continue to prioritize wealth creation initiatives targeting the 30% of households who are not yet in the money economy. Value addition and inclusive growth aligned with both sustainable development goals and Agenda 2063 for Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of our tenure as the chair of Bureau of the 11th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, we do so with a deep sense of fulfillment. In the true spirit of African solidarity, as we hand over the chairmanship, we thank all the Bureau members for their cooperation. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for its excellent support. In this, I want to thank our brother Gatete for the good work well done. We thank all member states and partners for their unwavering commitment. I am confident that this forum will deliver actionable outcomes to accelerate our progress. As we hand over the chairmanship, I wish to encourage member states to prioritize the following. 1, the nexus between peace and sustainable development. Number 2, the need to take full advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Number 3, the need to strengthen enablers of development, because we have to look at the cost of doing business in our economies. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we accelerate implementation, it is important that we strengthen the key enablers of transformation. In particular, we must prioritize investment in transport and logistic infrastructure to unlock regional connectivity and intra-Africa trade, to ensure reliable and affordable energy to power industrialization and innovation, and decisively reduce the cost of doing business, like I've already told you, to attract investment and support private sector growth. And these enablers are not optional. They are fundamental to the full realization of the African Continental Free Trade Area and to positioning Africa as a competitive and integrated economic bloc. It is now my honor and privilege to declare the 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development officially open. I thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda and outgoing Bureau Chair, Your Excellency Robina Nabanja. Please may we warmly welcome to the lectern the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Dr. Clever Gatete.
Your Excellency Robin Anabanja, Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda and Chair of the Outgoing Bureau, Your Excellency Lok Badha Thapa, President of the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, Your Excellency Selma Marika Haddad, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Honorable Ministers, members of the diplomatic community here, esteemed representatives of the African Union and the United Nations, representatives of the private sector, civil society, academia, youth, media, and stakeholders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to welcome you all to the 12th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, convened under the theme, Turning the Tide, Transformative and Coordinated Actions for the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. I wish to start by expressing my profound appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, for his leadership and steadfast commitment to Africa's development agenda. He was not able to join us this morning due to unavoidable circumstances at the last minute. I also extend my sincere gratitude to the government and people of Ethiopia for their warm hospitality and for hosting us in this historical city of Addis Ababa. Allow me to commend Her Excellency Robin Anabanja, Prime Minister of Uganda, for her steady work and dedication as chair of the Outgoing Bureau. Under Uganda's leadership, the forum has not only been convened with purpose, but its outcomes have been carried forward with discipline and consistency, and projecting Africa's voice at the global level during the high-level political forum in New York last year, in Sevilla, Spain, during the Financing for Development Summit, and also at the COP30 in Brazil. Indeed, Uganda has demonstrated how international and regional commitments can be translated into national action, including through institutionalized review mechanisms and strong coordination of the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063 with national planning systems. From hosting the previous forum in Kampala, advancing the implementation of the Kampala Declaration across the continent, and finally to organizing its National Performance Review Conference, where under the leadership of the Prime Minister, every ministry publicly reported on the progress in the SDGs and the African Union Agenda 2063 goals, Uganda has set a high standard for accountability and follow-through. We would like to express our gratitude as ECA for the kind invitation to that important accountability exercise, which was very insightful and enriching learning experience. As the Economic Commission for Africa, we take pride of this leadership, and we thank you, Prime Minister. I also thank the African Union Commission, the United Nations system, development partners, civil society, the private sector, and all the stakeholders whose collaboration continues to sustain this forum as Africa's premier platform for collective accountability and action. Your presence here reflects the urgency of this moment and the importance of partnership and collective action. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a moment of heightened global uncertainty and challenges. As we speak, global growth is slowing, inequalities within and between countries are widening, fiscal pressures are mounting, climate shocks are intensifying, and conflicts, including geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, continue to weigh on global stability and resilience. Yet we must not allow these challenges to constrain our ambition. On the contrary, they should compel us to reflect, innovate, and redouble our efforts at finding lasting solutions to our long-standing development challenges. This is what this moment calls for. I'm proud to say that our host country, Ethiopia, has risen to that moment. I'm confident that all of you feel a sense of pride and gratitude that our host government has unreservedly assumed the responsibility of hosting the COP32 at the most consequential moment for climate action and for multilateral development cooperation more broadly. This is a huge responsibility, and we are deeply thankful to Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed for assuming this mantle on behalf of the African continent. It entails marshalling global consensus to overcome geopolitical complexities, including fiscal and other challenges to achieve transformational climate action at scale. While the responsibility is weighty, Ethiopia is uniquely equipped for this task. The country has a measurable record of sustainable development and climate action. The Green Legacy Initiative is one of the largest national reforestation programs globally. Through the initiative, Ethiopia has planted over 40 billion tree seedlings. More than 95% of Ethiopia's electricity generation is renewable energy. And climate-smart agriculture now covers nearly 18 million hectares of rain-fed cropland in Ethiopia. For Ethiopia and for many countries present here today, climate action and sustainable development are not competing priorities. They are mutually reinforcing. That's because in the continent, climate change is a lived reality. It is already shaping food security, water availability, health systems, infrastructure development, macroeconomic stability, and long-term development planning. So the issues we are going to be discussing throughout the week are very much relevant to the COP32 next year. As we approach the deadline of the SDGs and advance the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, I urge you to harness the leadership, energy, and dynamism of Ethiopia's convening of COP32 to forge meaningful partnerships to accelerate ambitious, sustainable development and climate actions. I'm delighted that ECA is working as a strategic partner with the government of Ethiopia on COP32. ECA, together with the entire UN family, will support the government of Ethiopia to deliver an impactful COP32. And as Ethiopia gets set to host COP32 in 2027, Africa has an exceptional opportunity to help bridge the gap between climate ambition and sustainable development delivery at a time when global progress on the sustainable development goals is off track. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for Africa, this moment is not only an opportunity, it is a necessity. Long-standing structural constraints continue to intersect with rapid demographic, urban, and climate transitions, demanding the urgency of action. Nowhere are these pressures more evident than in the sectors under review this year. Far from being peripheral objectives, the goals under review this year, covering water and sanitation, sustainable cities, energy and resilient infrastructure and partnerships, form the productive foundation of Africa's transformation. Where these systems are weak, growth is undermined, inequality intensifies, and progress slows. But where they function well, they drive productivity, competitiveness, and inclusion across the economy. Despite progress in expanding access, the facts are undeniable. Water systems that lack safety, reliability, and quality continue to constrain health, productivity, and economic transformation across the continent. This same pattern is echoed across energy, infrastructure, and cities, where gains in access are not yet translating into resilience, jobs, or competitiveness at the scale required, even as urbanization accelerates. If cities are expanding, but jobs are not, if energy access is improving, but reliability is not, if infrastructure is growing, but value chains are not, are we truly on a transformation path? If we are to turn the tide, we must move beyond ad hoc interventions and embrace a fundamentally different approach to development. What is required now is a decisive shift from sectoral approaches to system thinking, from plans to implementation at scale. In this regard, Excellencies, kindly allow me to propose 5 priorities for our consideration during the deliberations. First, we must reposition foundational services, water, energy, and infrastructure as core economic assets. These must be systematically integrated into industrial strategies, urban planning, and regional value chains rather than treated as standalone social sectors. Second, we must close Africa's infrastructure financing gap through scale, innovation, and partnerships. Domestic resource mobilization must be complemented by targeted efforts to attract private investment, both domestic and foreign. This begins with setting up a conducive business climate and robust pipelines of bankable projects that attract private investment. Third, we must harness Africa's urban transition as a driver of jobs and productivity. This requires aligning city planning with industrialization, investing in public transport and affordable housing, and upgrading informal settlements as engines, not obstacles, of growth. Fourth, the digital and green transitions must advance together. Energy, digital infrastructure, and industry must be planned together, with climate resilience at the core. In addition, we must build skills and invest more in research and development to position Africa for the industries of tomorrow. Finally, delivery must be anchored in data, strong institutions, and regional cooperation and partnerships. From transboundary water basins to cross-border power pools and value chains under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, cooperation is indispensable. Importantly, this forum also provides a unique platform to exchange experiences on the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063, while strengthening inclusive stakeholder engagement, particularly with the private sector, to promote collective action and accelerate results. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's challenge today is not lack of frameworks. The Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2063, and national development plans are well aligned. The challenge is implementation at scale. What is needed now is coherence, financing, and sustained political commitment. This forum, therefore, is not merely a moment for reflection. It is a moment for decision to move decisively from diagnosis to delivery. The Economic Commission for Africa and the entire UN system will continue to support member states in this endeavor through evidence-based policy advice, capacity building, and partnerships that deliver measurable impact. The tide will not turn on its own. I'm confident that we will use this forum not only to reflect on where we stand, but also to decide with conviction on how we move forward for Africa's people today and for generations to come. I thank you and wish you all the productive and action-oriented forum. Thank you very much.
Africa is not short of ideas, just the impetus to get things done and implement. Thank you for your leadership and for your insights. Your Excellency, Clever Gatete, Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa. I now defer the floor to the President of the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, ECOSOC, His Excellency Lok Bahadur Thapa.
Your Excellency Rabina Nabanja, Prime Minister of Uganda and Chair of the Outgoing Bureau, Honorable Ministers, Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege to address the 12 sessions of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. At the outset, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the government and the people of Ethiopia for hosting us here in Addis Ababa. I also deeply commend the leadership of Executive Secretary Mr. Kleber Gatate and his team, as well as all the member states and the stakeholders for convening this very important forum. Excellencies, Africa is a critical juncture in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda as well as Agenda 2063. We have seen significant tumult at the global and regional levels, increased conflict, more frequent climate-related disasters, economic instability, growing inequalities, all of which pose additional challenges to national governments that are already faced with competing demands on limited resources. The war in the Middle East is further sending shockwaves through an already fragile global economy. The continent faces a substantial financing gap between 670 billion to 848 billion US dollar annually, driven largely by rising debt vulnerabilities, fluctuations in foreign direct investments, low domestic resource mobilizations, and sharply falling official development assistance. Industrialization and job creation remains insufficient, with manufacturing value added and employment below global averages, and with limited access to finance for small enterprises. Progress on access to basic services also remains uneven. Around 600 million people in Africa, that is nearly 43% of the populations in the regions, lack access to electricity, while many countries continue to face gaps in access to safe drinking water and other essential services. On this score, the theme of this year's forum, turning the tide, transformative and coordinated actions for the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, could not be more timely and more relevant. It reflects a defining moment in our collective journey to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and Africa's Agenda 2063. Two important frameworks that are not only complementary but indispensable to the realizations of Africa's immense potential. Distinguished delegates, ECOSOC is prioritizing actions to support African countries to navigate the headwinds before us and to deliver better for people on the ground. Under my presidency, the Council is focused on advancing financing for development, strengthening food systems, empowering youth, advancing climate resilience, and reinforcing multilateral cooperations, as well as promoting the interests of the countries in special situations. These are the priorities that are central to Africa's development trajectory. Let me also inform you that the special meeting on advancing agri-food system transformations held under my presidency in February opened with a spotlight on the comprehensive African Agriculture Development Program and Kampala Strategy and Action Plan 2026 to 2035. I issued a call to actions for the Council and all stakeholders to urgently act to scale up finance and innovations in the agri-food sector, supporting youth entrepreneurship to multiply effects. At the recently concluded FFD forum, Minister recognized the crisis of development financing, which affects the poorest and most vulnerable countries, many of which are also in these regions. At the same time, I also witnessed positive momentum for implementation of the Serbia commitment, with many initiatives taking forward actions to mobilize SDG investment. The ECOSOC held special meetings on financial integrity, credit rating agencies, and tax cooperations. These are the actionable areas of the Serbia commitment adopted at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, which remain key priorities and particular relevance to the region and beyond. Similarly, the President of General Assembly and I are holding a joint special meeting on digital inclusion to innovations, advancing science, technology, and youth entrepreneurship for development, as well as a joint special thematic meeting to provide input to the comprehensive high-level midterm review of the Doha program actions for the LDCs. These are, I believe, the initiatives of vital importance to this region. And the upcoming high-level political forum in sustainable development in July this year will be an important milestone in the work of the Council to spotlight both progress and gaps in achieving the goals under review in the African regions. I'm encouraged that 19 countries from Africa are presenting their voluntary national review this year. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this week's regional forum is an opportunity to ensure that the realities and diversities of the African continent are a driving force in delivering better for countries and communities. Allow me to reflect on few key messages to illuminate our discussions. First, Africa has the potential to drive global growth and transformations. Across Africa, we see leadership in key areas, including climate actions and resilience, blue and green economy transitions, regional integrations, and digital transformations. We must amplify the knowledge and expertise in the regions. Second, youth will be the drivers of our next era of sustainable development. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, with nearly 60% of its populations under the age of 25. We must engage and empower them. Third, this potential must be matched with investment at scale. Investment in health, investment in education, investment in jobs, decent work, investment in digital access, investment in infrastructure, investment in skills and youth entrepreneurships, alongside deeper regional integrations and systems that deliver results. Fourth, financing remains the critical enabler. Sustainable development cannot advance without fair and without equitable financing. Building on the Serbia commitment, we must therefore scale concessional and climate finance. We must address debt vulnerabilities. We must strengthen domestic resource mobilizations, and we must mobilize private finance responsibly. Fifth, multilateral cooperation is more important than ever before. Regional platforms such as this forum are vital in aligning national priorities with global agenda. Together, through stronger partnership and shared responsibility, we can accelerate progress toward the 2030 agenda. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, though we are in a challenging moment for multilateralism, let us not forget that together we have still managed to find a path forward. Whether it be in the Serbia commitment on financing for development or the Doha political declarations of the Second World Social Summit, the effectiveness of multilateralism is shining through. ECOSOC is focused on translating these important commitments into actionable policy guidance to support countries and to keep a firm focus on achieving sustainable development. The Council stands ready to support you by strengthening coherence across the systems, amplifying regional voices, and ensuring that global processes deliver real results for people on the ground. What is at stake is not only progress on the goals, it is economic transformations, it is resilience, and it is the realizations of Africa we want. I thank you.
Your Excellency, President of ECOSOC, thank you for reiterating your continued support and for reminding us the importance of lateral partnerships and that you are invested in Africa's success just as we are here. As they say in Ethiopia, Amasikanalo to you, Your Excellency, Lok Bahadur Tapa. It now gives me the greatest pleasure to welcome the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Her Excellency Salma Malika Haddadi.
Your Excellency, Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Chair of the Outgoing Bureau, Your Excellency Lok Bahadur Tapa, President of the Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency Clever Gatete, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates, private sector and civil society representatives, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. I have the distinct honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, who could not be with us today. He has entrusted me to represent him at this important gathering and to wish you a successful meeting and productive deliberations. At the outset, allow me to express our sincere appreciation to the government and people of Ethiopia for hosting us here in Addis Ababa, the diplomatic capital of Africa. I also wish to commend the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa under the leadership of His Excellency Clever Gatete and all co-organizers for convening this 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Allow me further to express our sincere appreciation to the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Chair of the Outgoing Bureau, Honorable Robina Nabanja, for exemplary leadership. We thank the government of Uganda for hosting the 11th session in Kampala and commend it for championing the outcomes of the Kampala Forum at key global platforms, including the High-Level Political Forum, the World Summit for Social Development, and the United Nations Climate Change Conference, to list a few, as well as for championing the translation of these commitments into national priorities. I would like to thank Her Excellency for her inspiring opening remarks. This year's theme, Turning the Tide, Transformative and Coordinated Actions for the 2030 Agenda and the Agenda 2063, could not be more timely. As we enter the final stretch towards 2030, it is clear that progress across many of our countries is not advancing at the pace or scale required. This forum, therefore, represents not only a platform for reflection, but a decisive moment for collective action. Excellencies, the focus of this forum on 5 critical sustainable development goals cleaning water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, industry, innovation and infrastructure, sustainable cities and communities, and partnerships for the goals is both strategic and timely. These goals are foundational enablers of sustainable development and are closely aligned with the aspirations and flagship priorities of Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Africa has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to sustainable development through the implementation of both Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. These two frameworks are not parallel. They are mutually reinforcing blueprints for inclusive growth, resilience, and long-term transformation on our continent. I am pleased to inform this distinguished forum that the African Union has made significant progress in domesticating the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 across member states. Countries are increasingly aligning national development plans, policies, and budgets with continental priorities, thereby strengthening ownership, coherence, and accountability. Furthermore, the African Union Commission is currently finalizing the biennial report on the implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan, which will be presented at the African Union Media Coordination Summit later this year. While the report is yet to be officially launched, preliminary findings point to several important trends. Notable progress has been recorded in areas such as infrastructure development, regional integration, and digital transformation, particularly under flagship initiatives such as the African Continental Free Trade Area. Improvements in governance and institutional frameworks are also evident in several member states, reflecting a growing commitment to transparency and accountability. However, significant challenges remain, particularly in financing sustainable development, creating jobs for Africa's growth and growing young population, strengthening climate resilience, and addressing persistent inequalities within and between countries. These findings underscore the urgent need for accelerated, coordinated, and transformative action, as rightly emphasized by the theme of this forum. Excellencies, allow me to emphasize that equal and respectful partnership remains central to our collective success. In this regard, I wish to recall the Memorandum of Understanding signed in 2018 between the African Union and the United Nations, which provides a strong institutional framework for joint implementation of development priorities across the continent. This framework has strengthened alignment, reduced fragmentation, and enhanced support to member states in delivering on shared objectives. It is within this context that my sister, Her Excellency the DSG, Amina Mohammed, and myself are joining efforts in co-chairing the high-level strategic dialogue on sustainable development. And as we are advancing the principles of two agendas, one implementation framework, ensuring that Agenda 2063 and the 2030 agenda are pursued in a coherent, coordinated, and mutually reinforced manner. As we move forward, this collaboration must be further deepened, particularly in mobilizing financing, strengthening institutional capacity, and scaling up innovative solutions that respond to Africa's unique development context. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this forum comes at a critical juncture. With less than 5 years remaining to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we must move beyond incremental progress towards accelerated transformational change. This requires, one, stronger policy coherence across continental, regional, and national frameworks. Two, increased investment in critical sectors such as water, energy, infrastructure, and sustainable cities. 3, enhanced partnerships across governments, the private sector, civil society, and development partners. 4th, and above all, sustained political will to drive implementation. The outcomes of this forum will play a critical role in shaping Africa's united and unified voice at upcoming global platforms, including the high-level political forum on sustainable development, the COP32, and the Water Conference. We must therefore ensure that our deliberations translate into concrete, actionable outcomes that deliver measurable impact for our people based on our shared strategic visions. In conclusion, the African Union Commission reaffirms its full commitment to working with all partners to accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2063 and the 2030 Agenda. Together, we can turn the tide. And together, we can build a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable Africa. Thank you for your kind attention. Asante sana. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, reminding us that the aspirations of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 are complementary, and also reminding us that capacity is built by strong institutions and also the active voice and participation of civil society. Thank you, Your Excellency Salma Malika Haddadi. It's not just a pivotal year in terms of accelerating these goals, but it's also a transformative year for the United Nations as a whole. So here's a message from the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, delivered via video.
Ladies and gentlemen, this forum arrives at a moment of opportunity and urgency for Africa. Opportunity in the African continental free trade area, rapidly expanding renewable energy potential, growing digital connectivity, and young skilled workforce. And urgency in the challenges we face. Across Africa, countries are facing numerous obstacles to development. Hundreds of millions still lack access to safe water and electricity. Infrastructure gaps, rapid urbanization, and rising trade barriers are constraining productivity. Conflicts and climate chaos are blocking progress across all sectors. And Africa now faces an annual development financing gap of up to $1.6 trillion. This is aggravated by the debt crisis. Some African countries must pay interest rates up to 3 times more than benchmark rates, leaving limited fiscal space to invest in sustainable development. This is yet another clear example of the need to reform international financial architecture, a goal reinforced by member states in the Seville commitments. Your team reminds us that we can turn the tide by investing in integrated solutions, where clean energy drives industry, infrastructure, enables trade and technology power jobs. By building global solidarity to finance development and ensure Africa's strongest possible participation across global financial institutions corresponding to the realities of today's economy. And by summoning massive investment in Africa's electrification and the just transition to renewable energy. Together, let us turn the tide for Africa and our world.
Let us turn the tide for Africa and the world. That brings us to the conclusion of this segment of the opening session of the 12th edition of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. In a short while, there'll be a few statutory matters and administrative matters we need to attend to. However, if I may ask you to be upstanding for our dignitaries taking their leave. However, there's just a procedure to what needs to happen now. If I may request that we allow easy exit, please, for the Bureau Chair and Prime Minister of Uganda, alongside the Executive Secretary of the UNECA, the Deputy AU Chairperson, the President of ECOSOC, pin holders and honorable ministers, as well as special invited guests. You've all been invited to participate in a photo opportunity. However, the opportunity is not available to everyone simply because the platform is not big enough to host all of us. So the photo opportunity only applies to the Bureau Chair, the Executive Secretary, the Deputy AU Chairperson, the ECOSOC President, pin holders and honorable ministers, special invited guests. But we want to appreciate your presence and the time of all who are attending the forum. It makes a difference that your voice will be heard as we talk about an African prosperity and progress. Whilst our pin holders and honorable ministers and special guests make their way for this photo opportunity, may I remind you that there will be a knowledge fair taking place as we translate ideas into action. So please, in the lower foyer and coffee area, make sure you visit the exhibitions as part of the knowledge fair and explore some of those ideas being pursued. We'll see you in half an hour, shortly after the coffee break. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen, may I just have your kind attention, please, just for a moment.
Thank you very much, Lorato. Just for we after this break, we'll have the election of the bureau. So this is a call for the representative of member states to stay here. We'll have consultations. We have consultations among the member states per sub-region. Just outside on the left, there are caucus rooms. The members of the current bureau, the outgoing bureau, will lead these consultations. So this is a call to representatives from the different countries to go on the left when we go out from this room. There are caucus rooms, so we'll meet there to finalize the consultations for the election of the new bureau. Honorables délégués, représentants des différents pays, nous allons avoir les consultations.
Representatives will have a final consultation for the election of the bureau. The consultation will be led by the incumbent members of the bureau. We will meet at the exit on the left. There are some consultation halls, so the consultation will hold right there. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates, we are starting the consultations for the Bureau. So for the representative of member states, please join the different caucus rooms that are on your left when you get out from this room. On your left, caucus room 1, 2, 3. So then we can finalize the consultations for the election of the new bureau, representatives of member states. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your kind attention, please. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your kind attention, please. I'd like to inform you that we are just moments away from resuming with our program for the day at this 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. I thank you for your patience whilst we've been waiting for the Commission Secretary to finalize some of the statutory and obligatory matters that must be attended to in electing a new bureau for this 12th session. We will commence with some of these official, administrative, and statutory duties in a short while, as well as the adoption of the program and the program of work, after which we will begin the high-level session and interrogate some of the issues around aligning the values of Agenda 2030 with Agenda 2063. And because we are moments away from it, may I ask that we all take our seats. Thank you for your patience. We needed to conclude a few statutory and administrative issues. We are almost done with that. And I will defer to the Bureau Commission in a short while. But so that we can get ahead, may I ask that we all take our seats and settle the room. May we all take our seats and settle the room. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience and kind attention as we wait to resume our program for the remainder of this mid-morning. May I just remind you that when you do have your lunch or coffee breaks, please take advantage of exploring what is termed the Knowledge Fair. It's taking place in the lower foyer, just beneath the coffee area. And there you can really explore some of the great ideas that are being pursued by way of research. I know that there are more than 100 papers that have been presented, some of which pertain to key priority areas and that are actionable ideas. And that's just a research think tank where you can see how we're going to translate ideas into actions, which really speaks to the raison d'etre of the UNECA, and the work that is being done is to move beyond ideation into action and implementation. And it is within the exhibition of the Knowledge Fair, just below the coffee area, where you can explore an exhibition of some of those ideas, research papers and presentations. So please use the opportunity during lunch and coffee and networking to also go and explore some of those ideas. In addition, the ECA would like to invite all of you delegates to the Africa Hall Visitors Center during some of these coffee and lunch breaks over the next 3 days. This is a unique opportunity to visit the historic venue where the OAU Charter, the founding charter of African Unity, was signed in 1963, and also experience the landmark of African Union and diplomacy, the place of history. The tour lasts approximately 20 minutes of a guided tour, and if you'd like to join this tour, please register your interest at the information desk outside. Additionally, look out for flyers or put your hand up so that the ushers can give you a flyer so that you learn a little bit more before you make or put your name down for the tour. So, Knowledge Center in the lower foyer below the coffee center. But also, if you'd like to visit the historic venue where the OAU Charter was signed in 1963, and effectively the landmark where African unity and diplomacy was established, please can you visit the Visitors Center, the information desk, and sign up for a 20-minute tour and really take advantage of being in this historic place and city. Thank you for your kind attention. Distinguished guests, yes, it's me again. Hand on heart, I've just been informed that we have almost concluded the process. There was just one outstanding issue, but it's being ironed out. And we are literally moments away of commencing with our program and the announcement of the new bureau, adoption of program of work, and the statutory issues. Not even moments away. It is done. Perhaps we can give them an applause that we finally got there. Okay, so as you know, we cannot commence with the flow of work without some of these statutory and administrative issues being concluded. I'm proud and delighted to say we have reached that conclusion, and I'd now like to yield the floor to the chair of the outgoing bureau, the secretary, the bureau secretary, commission secretary, for the adoption of the agenda and program of work, and any updates as to the election of the bureau. So I'd like to defer to the bureau secretariat at this moment.
Your Excellencies, we want to apologize. We took some more time. It's because we had to build consensus as teams from the different blocks on the continent. So I want to introduce myself. I'm Kasule Justin Lumumba, Minister General Duties Office of the Prime Minister, and also Minister in charge of SDGs in Uganda, but also the current chair of the Bureau. So, distinguished guests, we have had different blocks coming up with leadership of the Bureau of the 12th session of the African Regional Bureau on Sustainable Development. I now call upon the Secretariat to provide a brief role on the Bureau composition and election of the Bureau. Please be brief because we must manage time. We have already lost more time. So I want to invite a member of the Bureau to come and give us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me very briefly remind the role of the Bureau and invite all the honorable delegates and guests to consult also this document, which is on the website. In the list of the documents, you will have more details on the role of the Bureau. So, but mainly it's really first to chair all the sessions of this forum, but beyond that, to ensure that the reflections of the sessions, of the debates within sessions, are well translated into the recommendations, and after that, to take these recommendations to the high-level policy forum that is on the SDGs, that is organized every year at the UN headquarters in New York in July, but beyond the HLPF, to make sure that these recommendations, the key messages that reflect the African priorities in terms of implementation of the SDGs and acceleration of the implementation of the SDGs, to make sure that these key messages are also shared with all the stakeholders worldwide during the main conferences, forums, etc. So the Bureau, all over the year, we ensure that globally, but also in the different sub-regions of our continent, these recommendations will be also shared with all the stakeholders to ensure their implementation at the national level. Just quickly on how we designate the bureaus that we use to have a kind of rotation between the different sub-regions. So that's why this year the chair will be from the southern region, which was last year the first vice chair, and of course the second vice chair, which was Central Africa, will become the first vice chair this year. And in that note, that is that document that is on the website, you will have all the history of the composition of the bureaus of the four previous RSFDs. So, Madam Chair, now I think it's time to announce the composition of the bureau. And after the consultations that we just finalized just before.
Before I announce the new leadership, let me introduce the outgoing leadership. Kasule Justin Lumumba, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, the Chair of the Bureau. First Vice Chairperson is Honorable Fabrice David, Minister for Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries from Mauritius. Can you please stand up for recognition for Southern Africa? Then second Vice Chairperson is Honorable Sering Falunjie from the Development Advisor from the Office of the Vice President from Gambia. Can you please stand up for recognition? There he is. The third Vice Chairperson is Honorable Olive Bamenju Anwong, Member of Parliament for the National Assembly of Cameroon. Can you please stand up for recognition? Yeah. And then our rapporteur is from Mauritania. So I want to take this opportunity to announce, first of all, to thank you. Thank you for agreeing, because you have been in meetings, in rooms, trying to caucus, and you have been able to build consensus. We thank you. Thank you for showing that African spirit. So the chair now goes to Southern Africa, and the chair is Mauritius. Congratulations. Then first vice chair goes to Central Africa. Central Africa. Gabon. Second vice chairperson is from West Africa, and that is Cote d'Ivoire. Third vice chairperson is North Africa, Libya. Rapporteur, East Africa, Uganda. So I want to take this opportunity on behalf of Uganda and East Africa to thank you for having entrusted us with the responsibility to lead you in the last 1 year. Want to thank you for the cooperation. In a special, want to thank ICA for the cooperation and the UN. Thank you, member states of Africa. But in a special way, I want to thank the technical teams on this continent. You have worked with us very well, and we are remaining with 4 years, as we have been informed, to be able to achieve. But what I want you to know is that even if we achieve, whenever you register success, success brings in another challenge. So we shall still need to have leaders in this area. So once you registered success in whatever SDG, you brought in challenges, and you must handle the challenges because human beings must continue to exist, and Africa must be and be better tomorrow, and we have to keep improving. I also want to take this opportunity in a special way to thank His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who was able to facilitate us to be able to host the 11th Africa Regional Bureau, which we hosted in Uganda, fully financed by Ugandan government, with the support of UN, of course, ICA in particular. But in a special way, I want to thank everybody. Let's keep Africa better. We have a lot of resources. It calls upon us to challenge the rest of the blocks of the world by performing better. And what we have is enough for us to sustain. So let's enhance sustainability, tap into technology, but also most importantly, tap into the young population for sustainability. I want to take this opportunity to invite Southern Africa, Mauritius, leading, to come and we hand over leadership. Members, as I hand over leadership, I bang it to show that that's the end of our era as chair East Africa, and a new era comes in. Welcome the new chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you on that side. Merci. Yeah. You could have done. Je peux faire un mot d'abord. Bien, non. Tu peux faire un mot, mais là-bas, il y a
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please let me share first of all my deep appreciation and gratitude that I extend to the Prime Minister, the government and the people of Ethiopia for their warm hospitality in hosting the 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development here in Addis Ababa. Under the compelling theme, Turning the Tide, Transformative and Coordinated Actions for the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, we are reminded that tides are not merely forces of nature. They are agents of momentum and change. And I can share with you that as Minister for the Blue Economy for the Republic of Mauritius, I see firsthand how the tide, when harnessed with vision and unity, can carry powerful waves of transformation. It is both a profound honor and a solemn responsibility for the Republic of Mauritius, and on behalf of our Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Chandra Ramgoolam, to assume the chair of the Bureau for the 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. I express our deep gratitude for the confidence placed in us as being the very first small island developing state to sit and stand as the chair of our Bureau. We accept this mandate with humility, but also with determination, at a time when our continent demands leadership anchored in action. And I commend the Economic Commission for Africa, in collaboration with the African Union Commission, the African Development Bank, and the broader United Nations system, for convening this vital platform for accountability and progress. Excellencies, we stand at a decisive moment in our shared journey. With less than 4 years remaining to achieve the ambitions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the vision of Agenda 2063, we must move beyond gradual progress. The time for cautious steps has passed. What is now required is transformation, bold, coordinated, and firmly committed. And I would like to speak from the perspective of my country. Mauritius stands at the crossroads of Africa's regional dynamics. Geographically, our island is anchored in East Africa, within the Western Indian Ocean, alongside our fellow island states. Yet, institutionally and economically, we are an active member of the Southern African Development Community, firmly embedded in the fabric of Southern Africa's integration agenda. And this dual belonging is not a contradiction, it is a strength. It reflects the very essence of Africa, a continent where geography history, and cooperation intersect to create bridges rather than boundaries. And for Mauritius, this positioning allows us to serve as a connector between regions, a bridge between continental Africa and the Indian Ocean, and a platform for anchored regional integration. We, Mauritius, we are a small island, but we are vast in our maritime domain, with an exclusive economic zone of over 2.2 million square kilometers. We may be small in land size, but we ambition to be seen and valued as a big ocean state. And big ocean state is abbreviated BOSS. And above all, we are strong through the unbreakable ties that binds us to our brothers and sisters across Africa. And indeed, just 2 weeks ago, during my visit in Kampala, I made a statement that I wish to reiterate here today in Addis Ababa. I am African, not because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me. This is the spirit that must guide our work. And Africa united, not only by geography, but by identity, solidarity, and destiny. Excellencies, this forum is more than a gathering. It is a platform of accountability, but also a catalyst for action. Over the coming days, our deliberations must lead to concrete, measurable outcomes that accelerate implementation on the ground and restore confidence in our collective ability to deliver. And at this point, allow me to pay special tribute to the Republic of Uganda for its exemplary stewardship of the 11th session of this forum. And in particular, I wish to commend the outstanding leadership of the Right Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba from April 2025 to April 2026. Honorable Lumumba has demonstrated vision, dedication, and decisive action in guiding the Bureau through a critical period. Her leadership over the past year has strengthened the relevance and impact of this forum as a vehicle for Africa's sustainable development agenda. I therefore invite all distinguished delegates to join me in giving a well-deserved round of applause to Honorable Right Justine Kasule Lumumba for her exemplary leadership, her unwavering commitment, and her service to our continent. Justine, it will be a very hard job for me to be the chair after your mandate, I can share with you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as chair, Mauritius, representing the Southern Africa region and the voice of small island developing states, will work hand in hand with all members of the Bureau to ensure that this forum delivers results that matter, results that go beyond declarations and that translate into tangible improvements in the lives of our people. The theme of this year's forum, transformative, equitable, innovative, and coordinated actions for the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals for a sustainable future for all, must become our operational blueprint, and not tomorrow, but today. In closing, I reaffirm my full confidence in the continued support of the Economic Commission for Africa Secretariat and all our partners as we embark on this important mandate. Let us act with urgency. Let us lead with unity, and let us deliver for Africa. I thank you all for your kind attention. Distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to be chairing the 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. And the first item on the provisional agenda after the election of the Bureau is the adoption of the agenda and the draft program of work. The provisional agenda, the annotated provisional agenda, and the draft program of work have been circulated to all delegates and participants in advance. The latest version of the provisional agenda is contained in document ICA RFSD 2026-1 Revision 1. The annotated provisional agenda is in document ECA RFSD 2026/2/Revision 1. And the draft program of work is in document ECA RFSD 2026/3 Revision 2. Is there any objection to adopting the agenda and program of work as proposed? No objection. I therefore declare that the agenda and program of work are adopted. Yeah. So let us now begin our deliberations with agenda item 3, which is the high-level panel 1. Scaling up transformative and coordinated actions for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, incremental progress will not close the implementation and development gaps we face today. What is required is transformative change. A change that cuts across sectors, institutions, and levels of government. Moreover, coordination is no longer optional. National development plans must serve as the single point of reference for implementing both the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, while regional cooperation must continue to accelerate progress in trade, infrastructure, energy, and resilience. So this panel will provide us with insights on transformative and coordinated concrete solutions and actions to deliver at speed and at scale. With that introduction of the panel, it is now my great pleasure to welcome the moderator of the panel, journalist and broadcaster, Ms. Lerato Mbele, and I will ask her to introduce the speakers and panelists and to take up her role as moderator of this panel. This high-level panel will last for 1 hour and 30 minutes, and I will call upon all our panelists to keep the agenda and the time frame for our session. Ms. Lerato Mbele, you now have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Chair. Congratulations on your election as the Chair. Félicitations. And thank you for also defining for us the challenges ahead in this, our first high-level panel, scaling up transformative and coordinated actions for the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union. I think our chair has ably described what some of those issues are. What I discern from this topic is we need to talk about universal reach and access, transformative, life-changing social impact, and when we talk about coordination, mutually reinforcing outcomes, knowledge exchange, and support. Leading the thought and ideation of this high-level panel, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker, who will speak to this theme but modified to transformative and coordinated actions to accelerate the attainment of the goals of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, alongside the Sustainable Development Goals between now and 2030. So this 4 years and 8 months, what do we need to do and complement the UN Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063? These are reflections delivered by no less than the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Please welcome warmly Her Excellency Salma Malika Haddadi.
Excellency Chair, allow me first of all, on behalf of the African Union Commission, to congratulate you for your election as the chair of the 12th session of the African Regional Forum for Sustainable Development. These congratulations are also extended to your colleagues, the members of the Bureau, but also let me seize this opportunity to really appreciate the outgoing chair, Uganda, for an excellent chairmanship of the 11th session of our African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Having said so, I would like to start by saying that it is a great honor for me to address this distinguished gathering at this critical high-level panel convened under the theme Scaling Up Transformative and Coordinated Actions, as modified by the moderator, talking to the implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. This theme is, as we all can see, is timely and necessary. As we meet at a defining moment in Africa's development journey, with less than 5 years, as we've said this morning, remaining to the 2030 agenda, and as we advance the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, we are all called not only to reflect, but to deliver, and this can only be done through coordination. The convergence of these two frameworks present a historic opportunity to accelerate progress, but it also places upon us a clear responsibility to ensure that our commitments translate into tangible results for our people. Excellencies, the evidence before us is clear. Africa has made measurable progress across key development indicators, but the pace and scale of implementation remain insufficient to meet our targets under both Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. This is particularly evident in the 5 goals under review at this forum: water and sanitation, energy, infrastructure and industrialization, sustainable cities and partnerships. Access to water and sanitation has improved, yet millions still lack safely managed services. Energy access is expanding, but Africa remains home to the largest energy deficit globally. Infrastructure and industrial development are advancing, but not at the scale required to transform our economies. Urbanization is accelerating, often without the planning and investment required to ensure resilience and inclusion. And while partnerships have expanded, the means of implementation, particularly financing, technology, and industrial capacity, remain constrained. These challenges are further compounded by an increasingly complex global environment marked by geopolitical tensions, climate pressures, economic volatility, and tightening fiscal space. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is precisely the tide we are being called up to turn. Not only do we face external pressures, but we also face internal realities that continue to limit delivery, lead to fragmentation, result in uneven implementation and create a persistent gap between commitment and execution. This is why this is a moment for scaling up transformative and coordinated actions. The central question before us is not whether we can achieve our goals, but how we fundamentally change the way we work to accelerate delivery. The answer lies in transformative and coordinated actions once again. Allow me to highlight 5 strategic imperatives that must guide our collective efforts between now and 2030, and also that are at the heart of our endeavors when we speak about 2 agendas, 1 implementation. First, strengthening implementation and delivery systems. Africa does not lack frameworks. What must now be strengthened is execution. This requires aligning national development plans with Agenda 2063 and the SDGs, reinforcing institutional capacity and ensuring that monitoring, evaluation, and accountability systems are capable of tracking real progress and driving results. Second, advancing coordinated and integrated approaches. Fragmentation remains one of the greatest barriers to progress. We must move beyond siloed interventions towards integrated cross-sectoral approaches that reflect the interlinkages between water, energy, infrastructure, urbanization, and partnerships. Coordination must become operational across institutions, across sectors, and across levels. Third, unlocking sustainable financing at scale. Financing remains the backbone of implementation. While progress has been made, including the adoption of the domestic resource mobilization strategy under the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, the scale of need continues to outpace available resources. This requires strengthening domestic systems, expanding innovative financing, and advancing reforms in the global financial architecture to ensure fair and equitable access to capital. Fourth, driving structural transformation and job creation. At the heart of our development agenda lies the imperative to create jobs and improve livelihoods. This requires accelerating industrialization, investing in infrastructure and digital transformation, supporting enterprise growth, and equipping our youth with the skills required for the future of their work. Fifth, strengthening partnerships and accountability. Partnerships are indispensable, but they must now move beyond function. They must be aligned with Africa's priorities, grounded in shared accountability and measured by outcomes. At the same time, we must strengthen data systems to support evidence-based decision-making and ensure transparency in delivery. This is a very important aspect. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development has, over the years, established itself as an important continental platform to review, dialogue, peer learning, and collective reflection on Africa's sustainable development pathway. In this decisive period, its value becomes even greater. We must leverage this platform to drive deeper alignment between Agenda 2063 and 2030 Agenda, strengthen coherence between commitment and implementation, and support a stronger culture of measurable and accountable delivery. We can continue on a path of incremental progress, but we can also choose to turn the tide through deliberate, coordinated, and transformative action. The decisions we take and the way we choose to implement them will determine whether we realize the aspirations of the Africa we want. In this decisive decade, delivery is the measure. Let us, through this forum and through this panel, rise to the demands of this moment. I would like to wish you fruitful deliberation throughout this discussion, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for your reflections, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. It's time to rise and meet the moment. Before I introduce our presenter for the technical aspects of this conversation, I think it's best if I invite our panelists onto the stage so that they're ready to respond to the Deputy Chairperson's speech and also to the presentation that will be presented shortly. Also, just by way of housekeeping, this year's African Regional Forum is going to be slightly different. We recognize that in this room is what we call a brains trust, incredible intellectual capital. And we want to hear from as many diverse voices and experts as possible. So logistically, the stage can't host every one of those interventionists. So we're going to call them up in two groups. So each high-level panel will have a group called Dialogue Group 1, and then we will transition to Dialogue Group 2, simply because we want to gain from the intellectual capital that's in the room, but we also want to manage the limitations of the podium and the stage. If that is agreeable with you, we will proceed with Dialogue Group 1. However, as the chair has suggested and implored, could we keep our interventions succinct, to the minimum and pointed, and not just to our dialogue panelists, but even when we open questions to the floor, may I implore humbly, honorable ministers and delegates, that we ask one question and one pointed question. No preamble, no speech, no reflection, just the question, and then we can get there. That's not the chair saying it, that's me asking nicely. So if there's any discontent, it should be directed at me. But if we can do that, then we'll be able to make up time. Without further ado, Dialogue Group 1 will be made up of Pacome Kosi from Gabon, Anna Claudia Rosbach from UN Habitat, Abebe Haile Gabriel from the FAO, and Matthias Nab from the UNDP. I will give you more detailed introductions later, but if our panelists can make their way to stage. And as our distinguished panelists make their way to stage, may I announce that the presentation now is titled Highlights of the 2026 edition of the Africa Sustainable Development Report. This technical report will be delivered briefly by Stephen Karingi. He needs no introduction. He's the Director for Macroeconomic Policy, Finance and Governance here at the UNECA. So if you can welcome warmly our presenter, Stephen Karingi, who will give his interventions and then take his seat, allowing the panelists to reflect. Thank you.
Excellencies, Chair, good afternoon. I'm making this presentation on behalf of the four institutions that normally work together to produce this Africa Sustainable Development Report. That is the Africa Union Commission, Africa Development Bank, the United Nations Development Program, and the Economic Commission for Africa. And so all I'll do now is just to give a highlight, because we'll be launching this report tomorrow. And so with that, and I know we don't have much time, let me go straight to the presentation. I'll start by giving the overall structure, picture of where we are in terms of the progress on the 17 SDGs. What you see there in yellow is where we need accelerated progress to achieve the target. And what you see in red is where there is actually reversal instead of making progress. It would have been nice if I had this picture with a green, which would have shown that we are making a huge progress that we needed to maintain. But unfortunately, we do not have a situation like that. Now, what with the 5 years remaining, or slightly under 5 years remaining, what is the kind of context in which we find ourselves? So we have heard from Her Excellency the DCP the issue of the financing gaps, the issue of economic shocks, the structural challenges that we have. And at the moment, we are also facing another crisis that, if it is prolonged, it may even make it difficult for us to address the challenges that have already been constraining our ability to accelerate towards the SDGs. And this is because of the structure of our economies and also the exposure that we have, given how our countries are related to the Middle East and the geopolitical affiliations that seem to be at play. Now, having said that, what we can say is that in the last 20 years, Africa has actually been experiencing shocks like the rest of the world. And I think what we need to do as we think about the acceleration towards 2030 is that we need to transit from just being reactive to thinking, how do we make progress that is transformational? And I think this is the background that I wanted to give before I give you a picture of what is happening to the SDGs that are under consideration during this forum. So the first one to talk about is the SDG 6, to do with water. And I think the key takeaway for you to see here is that compared to what is happening at the global level, be it on safely managed sanitation or access to safely managed drinking water, Africa actually is operating at half what the rest of the world is operating. To the extent that we have 650 million people in the continent that do not have basic sanitation. And if you were to think about water quality, treatment, and efficiency, we also find that we do not get as much output per cubic meter of water that we invest in as a continent. And so there is scope for us to do better compared to the global average when it comes to the quality of water and the efficiency. Now, I don't want to go into the depths of why this SDG is important, because we know we have heard from the statement of the DCP. We had this, and that's why we have the Africa Union year focusing on water this year. Now, but there are some levers that we can use to accelerate progress, and maybe we'll hear some of these things from the panel. The first one is that we have an elevated political focus on water and sanitation as high impact sectors, and that's why we have this AU focus on sustainable water and safe sanitation systems. And also there is also recognition of the African Union, Africa Investment Platform, of the kind of money that is required for us to accelerate in this area of water and sanitation. But the key thing is to see we are not doing well compared to the rest of the world, and the African households are actually finding it difficult because many of them do not have basic sanitation. Now, the second SDG that I would want to touch on is the one to do with SDG 7 on energy. And if you recall the first chart that I showed you, you saw that there is actual regression in some of the targets in SDG 7. Now, why is this SDG important? Because we know energy is important to be able to provide social services and also to drive our productive sectors. However, as the report, when you receive it, you will see the rural areas continue to be heavily underserved, And there are huge investment gaps that needs to be undertaken in the next 5 years if we are going to make any progress in this SDG or reverse the regression that we see. Now, compared to the rest of the world, in terms of coverage, the global access to electricity in the rest of the world, from the time we started the SDGs 2015 to 2023, because this is the data that I have, we have seen a coverage of 92% in the global electricity access. Unfortunately for the continent, and I think we have had this before, we have only made a modest progress when it comes to access to electricity, access to energy, and nearly half of Africa's population still lack access to electricity. And you can see some of the challenges that leads to. You have lack of clean fuels and technologies for cooking. And we have almost 1 billion people who rely on traditional biomass and polluting fuels when it comes to getting energy in their homes. And it has health implications. But there is also a positive side that we can leverage as we think about the next 5 years. As you heard from the Secretary General's presentation, he talked about the huge potential of renewable energy that the continent has. And in our report, we do give examples, like in the case of Kenya, how the country has been harnessing geothermal energy. In the case of Morocco, you have a huge solar complex showing how you can leverage solar power. And then in our host country here, Ethiopia, and also in Rwanda, we have decentralized solar mini grid and off-grid systems for rural electrification. So there are things that we can build on to address this low coverage of households when it comes to electricity access. Now, going to the next SDG, that is SDG 9 on infrastructure, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization and fostering innovation. I think the key thing here, at least what the report puts data to, is how we have not done very well. And this remains a huge challenge in terms of the transformation of our economies. The manufacturing value added, where most of the jobs are created and more secure jobs, it remains very low. In North Africa, it's at 14.2%, but in East Africa, you have about 8.8%. In the report, we demonstrate how you have variations, but most of these variations in terms of this manufacturing contribution, of course, reflects the resource base of the countries, the kind of diversification policies that are used, and also the industry ecosystems. Why is this important? Because we know industrialization does give us more secure jobs. But the report does give some insights that advancement in digital connectivity would be good because it creates new opportunities. The report also highlights the role of the SMEs, but it also indicates that they do actually lack access to finance, which is limiting growth. But there is one positive number that we would want to highlight, that digital connectivity has actually done very well within the continent. You have a 92.8% coverage as of 2023 in terms of the 2G networks. The only challenge is that if you look at the research and development investments that Africa is making, which at least could help us take advantage of the digital connectivity, it's actually quite low compared to the global average. But like in the other SDGs, we do have some levers that we can use to accelerate progress. The first one is that the report does indicate some of the advances in infrastructure development and the digital connectivity that are happening in our member states. We also see some improvement in transport connectivity with strong road freight growth in North Africa, and also high air transport volumes, both in North Africa and East Africa. And SMEs, even though they have the challenges, they are generating over 30% of the African GDP. So in this case, there are some levers that we can use to advance the issue of infrastructure, sustainable industrialization, and also foster innovation. Going to the SDG 11, to do with making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. I think here the challenge we are having is that we are urbanizing very rapidly as a continent. And the challenge, as you see in the report, is that the planning is not keeping pace with this, and also service delivery is not keeping pace with this. We have a lot of informal settlements in our cities, and in terms of access, you do not have access to housing. Transport are a challenge, and especially in those cities, in those towns that are non-cities. And there is intensification of environmental pressures in the urban areas, and especially with the rising climate and disaster risks. We have seen how some of our cities have been impacted by flooding. So in terms of the numbers, the proportion, the key thing is that slum prevalence, and in that case, housing, is very high in Africa compared to the rest of the world. And the proportion of the urban population living in slums or informal settlements remains approximately twice the global average. And when it comes to access to public transport, access to convenient public transport remains below 40%. And of course, without transport, efficiency of movement and operations of industries not optimal. Now, in terms of data, there are data and governance gaps when it comes to this SDG, and this is undermining the capacity of governments, either in cooperation as individuals, to make advances in this SDG. And the risk that we face, as you will see in the report, is that African cities are likely to become centers of vulnerability rather than drivers of growth and structural transformation, unless we address the issues highlighted, expected in the SDGs and as highlighted in the report. But also, we also have some leverage that we can use. We just came from Nairobi, I think, 2 weeks ago, where we had the Second Africa Urban Forum, which I thought was quite successful, which was building on the first Africa Urban Forum that happened here in Addis Ababa 2 years ago. There are also gains that are highlighted in the report when it comes to the land use efficiency across all the 5 sub-regions of the continent. And there is also growing adoption of urban and regional policies and plans to manage the population dynamics, promote balanced territorial development, and strengthen local fiscal space. So within the report, as we will be telling you more tomorrow, there are specific examples from countries where that is happening. Lastly, in terms of the 5th SDG, and I hope this is giving good insights to the panel for the intervention, is the strengthening of the means of implementation. And the key insights here, the global partnerships and financing is insufficient. Domestic resources, which are supposed to be the main drivers of the means of implementation, are limited and uneven across sub-regions in the continent. Debt is rising, making things even more difficult. And when it comes to looking to the bigger picture, Africa remains marginal in the global trade and technology flows, and rapid but uneven digital connectivity expansion. Now, what are the levers that Africa can use as we move forward? I think the issue of the remittances, as ODA continues to fall and as FDI continues to oscillate, at least we can leverage the remittances probably even to finance some of the SDG issues for the past 4 SDGs that have been mentioned. We also need to use the improving data systems and statistical capacity, which is happening in a lot of our countries, to enable better monitoring, coordination, and accountability, and also to support the domestic resource mobilization. Lastly, in addition to the 5 recommendations that the Deputy Chairperson gave, I would like to give 6 insights that could shape the sustainable future as we look to 2030. And the first one is we have to be transformational and also take integrated action if we are going to be able to close the gap. And I think this point was also made by the DCP. We also need to address how do we close the financing gap. And I think this is where domestic resource mobilization becomes so critical, because finance is important. Regional cooperation offers a powerful accelerator for structural transformation. I think in the opening segment, the African Continental Free Trade Area kept coming up because it is cooperation framework like that that can actually allow us to drive the structural transformation, because what the AFCFTA offers is not just the trade, but it also offers an opportunity for us to industrialize. We also need to move more into implementation, because we have good policies and we invest in advancing policy, but implementation, or rather the execution, is critical. Scaled up and better aligned international finance. I think the global financial architecture question also came up this morning. It's also one of the insights that we need to at least under the SDG 17, it will be very important for us to be able to do this, the global financial architecture. And we need to invest more in data. You saw the data that I gave you, or the data that you find in the report. Many of the targets is actually 2023 and 2026. We need to invest more in data, because data is not just data for the sake of it. It's also becoming an asset that can actually be a source of growth. We also need to strengthen institutions and inclusive governance as we underpin the effective implementation of the policies towards achieving the SDGs. So with that, Chair, I've given you the highlight. We'll be giving you the report and more details and more country examples tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Stephen Karingi, and also for reiterating some of the salient points that the Deputy AU Chairperson made. But you also took us into new intellectual ground when we consider the impediments to driving Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 because of the multiple geopolitical crises and external shocks that then start to create impediments, whether for raising capital or integrating into global supply chains or receiving ODA. And also you spoke to actual solutions for funding, whether it's better tax systems, remittances, philanthropy, issues that will come up in this high-level conversation, and of course aligning national development plans and sub-regional plans to keep up with the demands of transforming our cities. Because if we build better cities, we integrate and create more inclusive societies, and of course taking advantage of emerging opportunities with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. These are the issues that both our dialogue groups will speak to. Let me introduce you to them. To my immediate left is the Honorable Pacom Kosi, the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Rural Development in Gabon. He will be sharing his insights. Seated next to him is Abebe Haley Gabriel, the Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Africa at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. On the other end, next to the Secretariat and our newly elected chair, is Ana Claudia Rochbas, who is the Executive Director for the United Nations Human Settlements Program, And then we also have Matthias Nab, the Director for Regional Service Center for Africa at the United Nations Development Program. Without further ado, and in the interest of time, I'm going to begin, if you'll allow me, with the Assistant DG and Regional Representative for Africa at the Food and Agriculture Organization, purely because our distinguished guest is pressed for time and has to leave this engagement. So he will make his interventions and then take his leave if that is acceptable. So Abeba Haley Gabriel, what are the most impactful investment-ready opportunities for Africa's agri-food systems, whether we're talking agriculture, farming itself, agro-processing, programs on rural development, things that can accelerate the SDGs, as articulated by UN's Agenda 2030, and the Africa we want, as articulated in Agenda 2030, and how can partnerships strengthen and scale up some of these agricultural reforms and programs?
Thank you, Madam Master of Ceremonies, Moderator, Honorable Chair, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished participants, all protocols observed. Madam Moderator, thank you for giving agri-food systems the first opportunity to speak. Food is very important. Let me start with some uncomfortable truths. You may sound this very odd, but I think what Africa is facing is not financing problem per se. It is a systems failure. It may sound odd because I can give you data. Commercial loan access to small farmers is currently between 2 and 3%. 2 and 3%. And how can I speak about finance not as a problem per se in this kind of situation? It's not because there is no banks run out of finance that they do not give access to farmers. It's a systems failure. I'm just giving you one example. So the logical question is, yes, we need more investment. But equally, it is why investment has not translated into transformation. I think this is very key. For decades, we have treated African agriculture and agri-food systems in general as a social sector, rather than making it as a poverty reduction project, rather than what it truly is, as a core economic engine. And that was a strategic mistake. First, we continue to focus overwhelmingly on primary production, rather than making agri-food systems competitive. Yet, the real value in terms of jobs, incomes, resilience are created in processing, in storage, in logistics, and in distribution. When Africa exports raw commodities and imports processed food to the value of about $65 billion annually, food import, mind you, and we don't borrow money to import food to pay for the bills. We are not just losing value, we are exporting jobs and importing poverty. That's why the most investment-ready opportunity, this is your question, Madam Moderator, today is clear. It's midstream agri-food industrialization at scale. In terms of territorial agro-industrial hubs that connect farmers to markets, reduce the significant post-harvest losses, which could increase up to 40%, and retain value within the continent. Second, we are ignoring the real drivers of change, who are the small and medium agri-food enterprises, including farmers and pastoralists. Small and medium enterprises are the missing middle. They link farmers to markets, create employment, and anchor rural economies. Yet they remain chronically underfinanced. We keep funding consumption including through significant import bills, not production and not the ecosystem in between that actually makes markets work. Agri-food small and medium enterprises must be treated as the backbone of rural transformation, not as afterthought. Third, today's reality is climate shocks, conflict, and volatility. So the real metric of success should not be production only, but also resilience per dollar invested. 2 weeks ago, we organized the FAO Regional Conference in Africa, in Mauritania. And one of the topics was the impact of the Middle East crisis on agri-food systems in Africa. Everybody, ministers there, spoke about what is going to happen to the next planting season without fertilizer being available in the country. For how long shall we continue to speak of vulnerability of Africa? 3-4 years ago, it was the war in Ukraine and the impact that it has. So this means we need to prioritize water control and irrigation, storage and cold chains, rural roads and logistics, and so on, because productivity without resilience is simply risk. Fourth, we are investing in pilots, not in systems. Digital tools, climate smart practices, financial technologies already exist. What is missing is delivery at scale. We have too many pilots and not enough platforms. The opportunity now is to build integrated digital and financial ecosystems that reach millions of agri-food systems stakeholders, not just apps, but systems that link data, finance, markets, and land security. This is precisely what FAO is advancing through initiatives such as the Hand in Hand initiative, digital villages, climate resilient investment pathways, blue transformation, among others. Fifth, we must confront a simple but hard reality. For most Africans, a healthy diet remains unaffordable. So, transformation cannot be about producing more food alone. It must be about production better, more affordable, and more nutritious food. That means investing in diversified value chains and linking them to demand from cities, schools, and social protection programs. So why have the previous approaches failed? Because they have been fragmented across sectors, misaligned with private capital, focused on projects instead of systems. And fundamentally because agri-food systems have been treated as social issue, not as the economic transformation platform they truly are. This brings me to the core message. We need a new business model, not more of the same scaled up, but a fundamentally different approach, from projects to investment portfolios, from public spending to de-risking private capital, and from farmers as beneficiaries, as farmers to entrepreneurs. This is the logic behind FAO's Hand in Hand initiative, using advanced geospatial and economic analytics to identify hotspots and present bankable investment portfolios already exceeding $12 billion across 40 African countries. So public finance must crowd in, not crowd out. Partnership must move from dialogue to execution platforms with measurable outcomes. And regional integration under the African Continental Free Trade Area must become operational, not aspirational. Let me conclude. The constraint is not potential. It's not even financing, as I have started with. The constraint is the model. If we continue to view the African farmer as someone who needs a handout rather than an investment, we will still be having this same discussion in 2063 if we still live by that time. But if we change the model, agri-food systems become Africa's fastest pathway to deliver Agenda 2063, the SDGs, jobs, resilience, and shared prosperity. Thank you so much, and my sincere apologies because I will have to speak in another forum. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience with us, and thank you for such a candid intervention, Abebe Haile Gabriel, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Africa at the Food and Agriculture Organization. We need a paradigm shift, recognizing the commercial value of agriculture, integrating it into broader economic planning and infrastructure, from warehousing to agro-processing to cold chain storage to building new markets in rural areas. It's not a handout, it's the backbone of our economies. Thank you for that intervention, sir. And yes, you may take your leave. Also pressed for time, if you'll allow me, I'm going to defer now to Anna Claudia Rosbach, who is the Executive Director of the United Nations Human Settlements Program, and she'll speak to another issue that was raised in that earlier presentation by Stephen Karingi, which is investing better in our cities. Apparently, Africa has the fastest urbanization rate, and urban populations are expected to double in the next 40 years. So our cities do play a critical role in achieving both the UN Agenda 2030 and the AU Agenda 2063. But what is it, Anna Claudia Rosbach, that governments, even the private sector, and various social stakeholders must do better to leverage this huge ebb of urbanization as a driver of both inclusive and accelerated progress? Our cities are heaving. How do we build them better?
Thank you, Lebato. Good afternoon, Excellency Chair, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors. Well, my intervention will be very brief. I have a few but key messages in relation to urbanization in Africa. Basically, three aspects I want to tackle through my intervention. The first one is the context and the what. I believe it's very clear from the report, the gaps that we have, and also from all speakers earlier this morning, what are the perspectives, right? So we mentioned, just to highlight some of the numbers, in the average, twice the prevalence of slums in Africa vis-a-vis other regions. We mentioned that 50% in average population in cities are living in informal settlements. Stephen just mentioned 650 million people lacking access to sanitation. The critical situation of goal 11, so meaning that we have to revert the current trend. So we're not progressing, we have to revert the trend. And the perspectives ahead. You're right, Lebato. Right now we have 50%, half of the population in the world lives in cities. In 2050, we're going to have 70% of the population living in cities. 2 billion people coming to cities. And these 2 billion, we have about 600 to 900 million coming to African cities. So we are talking about a context with gaps, a trend that needs to be reverted, and an urbanization process that is very accelerated. And as the deputy chair from the African Union was saying also this morning, the urbanization is not, the planning process and the investments is not coupling with urbanization. But on what we have to do, I believe many of the speakers already mentioned this morning. We need to invest in affordable housing. We need to invest in informal settlements. And I believe it was clear also from many of the speeches, the linkages between urbanization and industrialization, creation of jobs, access to basic services, access to water. So how important it is that we look at cities, we look carefully at the urbanization process to enable the other SDGs, and specifically these ones that we are addressing here. The good news is that, of course, there's already a vision and there is complete alignment with the 2060-30 agenda. And as mentioned by Steve, we really had 2 weeks ago in Nairobi an amazing African Urban Forum. It was the second edition. The first edition was in 2024 here in Addis. Was actually my first international engagement after I took this position in Nairobi in August 24. Now in Kenya, congratulations to Kenya for the amazing co-hosting and the African Union. We had more than 8,000 people attending and having extremely meaningful conversations about the challenges and also the opportunities, because there are many things happening in Africa's cities as we speak. So there is a declaration that is very robust, and UN Habitat is very much committed to carry the elements of this declaration throughout the processes that we have been facilitating. But one of the aspects that we discussed a lot in Nairobi, and this morning it has been brought extensively, is finance. Where do we get the money? And here I would like to highlight two main components, and talking about the national capabilities, but also the subnational capabilities. Let's just remind the Sevilla commitment that highlights the importance also to leverage the capacities, the financial and economic capacities at the local level and the subnational finance. But the two tracks that I would like to address here is one, the international one, and the need for us to work as a system, UN Habitat, as part of the UN, with the IFIs and with the development banks. There is still room for us to increase the urban portfolio of the banks. Of course, we need bankable projects, but we also need mostly important projects that are inserted in planning systems that can offer the sustainability aspects for these projects. The projects, they need to be sustainable from the social perspective, from this environmental and climate sustainability perspective, and from the urban perspective, because if we look at housing, if we look at urban infrastructure, we are talking about the whole urbanization process, right? Housing is at the core of the city. So there's still room for us to work together as a system to increase the urban portfolio. And we have to do that. The second aspect, and it's very critical, has been addressed also today, is leverage domestic finance. And we are talking about bringing urbanization or urban infrastructure housing to the core, to the center of development plans. This is one critical aspect. Look at the fiscal space and what are the possibilities. The second point here on leveraging domestic finance is to set up financial systems for housing. Make sure that we have sustainability in creating these financial frameworks within the countries. And then the third aspect is all the still, untapped resources of land. Land is the most expensive resource. If we talk about cities, if we talk about housing, there is a lot that we can do in terms of policies to leverage, public land, even the use of private land through associations, land readjustments, and so on, and to capture the value of land. I was just noticing the report showed the tax to GDP ratio in Africa, 16 versus 34 globally. So there's still room for us to look at property taxes and things like that to leverage revenues, especially at the local level. So there's room for us to work. Perhaps a good example that was extensively discussed at the African Urban Forum was the model that has been developed by Kenya. And the president just mentioned they were able to leverage $4 billion domestic finance in 3 years and generate a production of 270,000 houses. So this is a concrete result and based on domestic resources. So if you combine domestic resources, if you combine, amplify the urban portfolio, the climate frontier, there's a lot that we still can do in terms of learn on this intersection of climate and urban development and get also more access to the vertical funds, then the local potential, then we can have a basket of funds that will enable public-private social partnerships, blended finance, and so on, because housing is expensive, and we need to have this framework well set. So just to land a little bit at UN Habitat, the World Urban Forum 13 was mentioned. We are going to go soon to Azerbaijan and bring all these conversations that we had in Nairobi to Baku, to Azerbaijan, to the global scale, and also use this space to promote cross-learning and so on. Our own strategic plan is focused on access to housing, land, basic services, transformation of informal settlements towards 29, from 26 to 29. Of course, we are going to be in New York, President, very soon with you, reviewing globally the SDG 11, back to the review of the new urban agenda that this year celebrates 10 years. So we have to look back. What happened to the urban agenda globally, and what is it that we can do in the next 10 years, especially vis-a-vis SDG 11 and SDG 11.1, which is housing informal settlements in the context of a global housing crisis. So the needs in Africa are huge, but let's just remember that we have a global crisis that might be exacerbated by the current Middle East unfortunately crisis that might affect or is affecting already affordability of people living in informal settlements, but also inflation and so on. And in data, everybody mentioned, and we are also working within the system to see how we can amplify our capacity and working with digital instruments, working with AI and so on, geospatial analysis to see how we can better monitor the expansion of the slums, but also the opportunities that we have in cities to identify vacant land, to identify potential for densification, and to deal with this urbanization process in Africa through what we are calling an initiative, the Global Data Coalition. And then finally, and to conclude, in Africa, our regional director, Omar Silla, is here with me. We are working and we launched at the African Urban Forum, the Housing Compact for Africa. I think this will be a unique space for us to come together as the UN, with the governments, with the local governments, with the private sector, with the social sectors, to see what are the frameworks that we need, the financial frameworks that we need, what are the incentives, the subsidies, the guarantees, and so on. How can we de-risk investment and really transform these needs into markets, into social and urban opportunities? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Executive Director of the United Nations Human Settlements Program, UN Habitat, Anna Claudia Rosbach. And also, I want to latch on to the fact that you started with the good news. There are visions, there are declarations. It's now time to breathe life into these visions and declarations, technically by really absorbing them into national and sub-regional plans. Municipalities can just take stock of their asset registers, such as land and how to utilize land better, and then finding different funding models, not just multilateral, but even billing citizens at a local level to raise capital. And again, the commercial banks coming into the fray. Paradigm shift that's needed there. Thank you, ma'am, for your intervention. We're going to go back to the issue of what we can do transformatively from an agricultural perspective. An intervention now by the Honorable Pacom Kosi, the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Rural Development in Gabon. We want to talk about structural as well as policy and institutional shifts. The Deputy Chairperson of the AU kept reiterating that strong institutions build strong programs, strong institutions, and then, of course, the general ecosystem. So what would you say is required to deliver coordinated and scalable impact across countries and subregions so that we can accelerate the 2030 agenda and even the second 10-year implementation plan for the Agenda 2063?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon to all. To respond to your question, I'll build on four urgent shifts. Right. The first one is to urgently move from sectoral planning to systemic planning, to delivery system. And I can see it very clearly in my sector, in agriculture, because agriculture or food systems, at least from where I stand now in Gabon, is a whole of government approach. It's not a one ministry or one sector issue. It's therefore important to get ministries to no longer work in silos. What it means is we need to design systems by which or for which we move clearly from input to production to processing to market to finance. It's very important. If we don't operate that way, we remain in silos, and it's going to be therefore very difficult to achieve results at scale for the 2030 agenda and agenda 2063. And in that regard, in the context of Gabon, we're leading that effort in the poultry sector, where we're bringing together all the ministries around the value chain on poultry. We're bringing together efforts on energy, on water, on infrastructure, but also on finance, because these are very important segment in putting together a robust and resilient value chain on poultry. The second urgent shift is to move from project to investable or bankable platforms. Public resources will never be enough for us to make progress on 2030 agenda or 2063 agenda. They'll never be enough. The key to scale here, it's private capital, private investment. I think one of the major missing pieces in the implementation of the 2030 agenda is the private sector. Where is private sector financing? Right. What we currently doing in Gabon is we putting together our priority value chains into investment platforms. We building portfolios of bankable initiatives. I don't want to say project initiatives. The goal is to have investment ready, because we also recognizing that this morning we were talking about job creations. But jobs are created by the private sector, not public sector. We therefore must bring in investment to also generate jobs for young Gabonese people. That's a very important aspect of what we're currently doing in Gabon. The third urgent shift is to move from coordination as a dialogue to coordination as a delivery system. What does it mean? It means, in the context of bringing together several entities or several departments, we need to be very clear in terms of outcomes, in terms of institutional delivery and alignment, and we need to be very clear in terms of reporting. So we're no longer just using coordination, whether it's a UN system. I just spent 18 years in the UN system, or at national level, just as dialogue platform, but rather as a platform that bring together several entities to deliver on results. The fourth important shift is to move from national approaches to regional value chains, regional integration. And this is something that ECA does very well. Because what I've noticed now that I'm back in Gabon, that there are things that we can do and other countries can't. And there are things that other countries can do that we can't. So it's only by working together that we can develop resilient regional value chains. It is very, very clear in the work that we're doing about. So in summary, these 4 urgent shifts are to move away from fragmented projects to building resilient systems, right? To move away from just only public financing to investments, platforms, bankable initiatives. The third, very important, very urgent shift is to move away from coordination as simply a dialogue instrument to coordination as a way of building delivery mechanisms. And fourth, regional integration through, for example, the African Continental Free Trade Area. Thank you very much.
And perhaps there's a distinct advantage in your having been an international diplomat and economist going into national planning to really synthesize and streamline all of that. Thank you for your input. Honorable Pakom Kosi, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Rural Development. Coordination is a delivery system and mechanism, no more silos in your planning. Water is agriculture, agriculture is water, it's urban farming, it's new markets. Look at it like that way in national and regional planning. A view now, please, from the Director of Regional Service Center for Africa at the United Nations Development Programme, Matthias Nab. Based on the UNDP's experience with what are called accelerator labs, which practical and transformative approaches, in your mind, have proven to be those that can be utilized in accelerating progress and strengthening this coordination that's been mentioned, both in pursuing the 2 agendas, 2030 and 2063?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Let me begin with a story. Somewhere in northern Kenya, a pastoralist community facing recurrent droughts began using a simple, locally developed system. Herders shared real-time information through basic mobile phones on pasture conditions, water availability across vast areas. But this was not a high-tech intervention, not a formal program, but it helped reduce livestock losses, prevented conflict over scarce resources, and improved resilience. What is striking is this: the solution already existed. What was missing was a way to recognize it, to learn from it, and actually to scale it up. This is precisely where the UNDP Accelerator Labs come in. Operating across more than 100 countries, they represent a global effort by UNDP to better understand how change actually happens in complex systems through local innovation, experimentation, and new forms of partnerships. And this points to a broader shift. Achieving the ambitions of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 will not come from doing more of the same. It requires changing how we work, how we learn, how we partner, and how we scale. So I will share some examples from the UNDP Accelerator Labs experiment with many countries. And please pardon me if your country is not one of the examples that I'm going to share as lessons learned. But from our past and outgoing chair, let me share with you five messages. First, transformation must be grounded in local systems. And I'll take an example from Uganda. In Uganda, informal market vendors were already operating a dynamic economic system. By working with these systems and partnering with e-commerce, more than 4,000 vendors were connected to digital markets, expanding access to supply chains, data, and finance, thanks to the partnership through the Accelerator Lab experiment. The lesson here is clear. Transformation starts with working with what already exists. Second, we must embrace a test, learn, and adapt approach. In Accra, fortunately or unfortunately, my own country, improving waste management did not require a large new system. It required testing small interventions, aligning formal and informal sectors, and learning quickly what works. The result was a rapid increase in service uptake, driven not by infrastructure, but by better coordination, as the Honorable Minister was talking about. The lesson here is what? Progress comes from experimentation, not perfection. Third, and a number of colleagues have already alluded to that, data must work for people and systems. In Tanga, Tanzania, informal waste workers were largely invisible. By giving them digital identity and linking them to financial services and insurance, thousands became visible, not only in data, but in policy and in markets. What is the lesson here? Visibility is the first step towards transformation. The fourth point I would like to raise, Madam Moderator, and some colleagues have already alluded to that, systems thinking is essential. What we consistently see is that challenges are interconnected, whether it's jobs, infrastructure, climate, or urbanization. Yet our responses are fragmented. The Accelerator Labs approach helps shift from isolated interventions to integrated systems thinking, where solutions actually reinforce each other. Therefore, we need interconnected approaches that tackle multiple constraints and at once and adapt over time. The last but not the least point I would like to raise is the need for partnerships to expand. Transformation today is not driven by governments alone. Youth innovators, startups, informal networks, and the private sector are already shaping Africa's future. And here again, we have UNDP Global Initiative, the Timbuktu Initiative, which is also taking advantage of this huge domestic resource in Africa, which is our youth. Our role is to bring actors into the system, not as beneficiaries, but as co-creators. The sixth point, and I'll conclude shortly, is that pilots do not transform economies. What matters is whether solutions are embedded into policy, markets, and financing systems. This is how we move from experimentation to transformation. And last but not the least, the most important investment is not only in solutions, but in systems that can continuously learn, adapt, and innovate. Let me conclude with a simple reflection. Across Africa, innovation is already happening in markets, in the communities, and among young entrepreneurs. Our role is not to start from scratch. It is to ensure that what already works is recognized, strengthened, and scaled. The story I gave about the Kenyan herders is very informative and instructive, because ultimately, transformation is not about importing solutions. It is about enabling systems to continuously discover, test, and scale. Grounded in local realities, powered by partnerships, and aligned with Africa's long-term vision. I thank you.
Thank you for that really thought-provoking intervention. And I think it was just illustrative of the points that were made earlier by Dr. Karengi when he said, we use data to inform policy. And that's what you're saying is once you have the information embedded in the policy, then you have the solution. It cannot just be data for intellectual exercises. It has to inform policy shifts and shifts that start to scale those solutions. Thank you very much. We're now going to introduce you to the second group of our panel, but I'm going to suggest that our remaining panelists stay on stage because there's enough seats. We're now going to speak to the issues of planning, coordination, new funding models such as philanthropy, and hearing the voice of the youth. So please welcome warmly onto stage the Honorable Minister Amos Lugulobi, Leonard Zulu, and also Brian Kogoro and Bening Ahmed Wisichong. And then as our panelists make their way to stage, again, may I reiterate humbly, in the interest of time, can we keep our interventions succinct? Yes, after these interventions, we will take one round of questions. May I ask with utmost humility that it is a question, it is no longer than a minute, it is not a preamble, it is not a reflection, it is just answering the question we've posed here today. Please may I ask that, otherwise we will delay lunch and the remainder of the afternoon program, and we've got great intellectual capital that we want to draw on. If you'll allow me that, I would be very, very grateful as I implore on your goodwill. Again, can our panelists from Group 1 stay on stage just in case a question is posed to you? We have enough capacity on stage. All right, so if you'll allow me, I will get on with it and defer to the Honourable Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development in Uganda, Amos Lugulobi. What urgent reforms, sir, do you believe are needed by African countries so that we can align what we've heard, national development plans, subnational, sectoral plans, budgets, and financing frameworks, when we're pursuing these dual objectives of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, so that we have coherent implementation, accelerated implementation? What needs to be done?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I'm honored to be part of this important discussion. This conversation is both timely and necessary as we reflect on how to accelerate progress towards our shared development aspirations. First of all, we must acknowledge the significant progress Africa has made on 23rd Agenda and Agenda 2063. Across the continent, collaboration is strengthening in natural resource management, regional transport networks, and the trade through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is growing, with expanded regional trade projected to lift more than 30 million people out of extreme poverty. Efforts to promote free movement of people are increasing. Peace and security is being enhanced. Institutions that support long-term financing are being supported. Investments in energy access, cultural heritage, and digital transformation are expanding. These achievements demonstrate that collective action is not only possible, but effective. However, we must reflect candidly. Our system sufficiently aligned to deliver results at a scale and at speed. The challenge we face is not a lack of policies or frameworks. Those we have very many of them, but fragmentation across planning, the financing and implementation efforts is what is largely lacking. This therefore underscores the urgency of improving coherence as Africa transitions into the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, and the emphasis must shift from designing frameworks to ensuring disciplined and coordinated execution. When we talk about planning, we are talking about a comprehensive framework originating from the outcome level, the goals, which are delivered through the Agenda 2063 and the SDGs 2030. That's where outcomes are in terms of goals with targets. However, those are long-term aspirations. To deliver those, you need a medium-term framework in form of a national development plan. So each one of us must be having a national development plan. And to deliver long-term goals, you may need probably more than one national development plan. And through the national development plan, that is where we connect with budgeting, because budgeting is ordinarily annual. A national development plan is about 3 to 5 year framework. So if we want to deliver our goals, we must have national development plans which speak to the budgeting. The budgeting should include our fiscal framework in terms of how much resources we can make available, depending on the fiscal strategy, how much fiscal space we can accommodate through our domestic resources, but also how much we are capable of borrowing in the context of our Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. That fiscal responsibility may comprise things like the fiscal deficit. Sometimes some countries maintain a fiscal deficit of up to 3% of GDP. Some have obviously gone far beyond that and find themselves in a debt crisis. So we must have all these frameworks speaking to one another. Allow me to share the experience of Uganda. Through the 4th National Development Plan, we actually have 6 national development plans, which we must have before we deliver our vision. And our vision is the context of the SDGs and Agenda 2063. So through the 4th National Development Plan, the country has deliberately aligned national priorities with both the SDGs and Agenda 2063. The plan focuses on, among others, agro-industrialization, mineral beneficiation, tourism development, human capital development, infrastructure expansion, and science and technology, among others. These are not isolated interventions, but integrated drivers of structural transformation aimed at achieving long-term prosperity and resilience. Uganda has made deliberate efforts to align its Vision 2040 with both Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. NDP 4 is fully aligned, and implementation is structured through program-based approaches with strong localization to make sure that nobody remains behind, including the parish development model that goes up to the village level through the parishes. And this demonstrates that alignment is achievable when supported by coherent institutional frameworks and sustained political commitment. At the continental level, Agenda 2063 articulates a vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa. Similarly, the 2030 Agenda provides a shared global blueprint for sustainable development. The convergence between these frameworks is striking, with both emphasizing inclusiveness, sustainability, and resilience. However, alignment of vision must be matched with alignment in financing. The United Nations estimates that developing countries face an annual SDG financing gap exceeding $4 trillion, with Africa accounting for approximately $1.3 trillion each year. Regional integration efforts are gaining momentum. Joint infrastructure initiatives across Africa, particularly in energy and transport, demonstrate how coordinated planning can unlock shared benefits and drive growth. These efforts reflect the core aspirations of Agenda 2063 and reinforce the importance of harmonizing national priorities with regional ambitions. Moving forward, several reforms are critical. First, localization must be central. Global and continental goals must be embedded within national and subnational development plans to ensure that they translate into tangible improvements in people's lives. Second, we must move decisively from commitments to implementation. Instruments such as integrated national financing frameworks signal a shift towards practical delivery. Third, the link between planning and budgeting must be strengthened. Priorities must be fully costed, financed, and monitored to ensure effective execution. Without this linkage, even well-designed plans risk remaining simply aspirational. Fourth, innovative financing mechanisms must be scaled up. According to the World Bank, public debt in sub-Saharan Africa averages around 60% of GDP, with rising debt service obligations constraining development spending. Public-private partnerships, climate finance, and capital market instruments offer significant opportunities to expand our fiscal space. At the same time, fiscal sustainability must remain a priority. Number 5, subnational governments must be empowered. Implementation happens at a local level. Yet many local governments face capacity and financing constraints. Number 6, unified results frameworks must be established to harmonize indicators across national plans, the SDGs, and Agenda 2063. And this will strengthen accountability and improve performance tracking. In conclusion, alignment is no longer optional. It is imperative. With only a few years remaining to achieve the SDGs and Agenda 2063 now in its second implementation phase, Africa faces rising demand for jobs, services, and inclusive growth. The World Bank projects that sub-Saharan Africa's population will nearly double by 2050, intensifying pressure on governments to deliver results. To meet these demands, we must ensure that every resource we mobilize is aligned with our priorities and delivers measurable outcomes of prosperity, inclusiveness, and sustainability. I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Amos Lugolobi, Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And that was quite a comprehensive technical input on financing and budgeting. But the most salient point, national planning must align with budgeting. It must be very strong. And we should be thinking national plans with 3, 4, 5-year horizons, and therefore medium-term planning and budgeting should also go according to that framework. Build a tax base and proper capital expenditure on public infrastructure, and really defer to evidence-based innovation and interventions when making your plans. Leonard Zulu, United Nations resident and humanitarian coordinator in Uganda. We've been using the word transformative coordination that's needed. In your experience, what are the 3 concrete, scalable actions? I hesitated on the number 3. Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 5. But what are the actions, concrete and scalable, that must be taken that would make the biggest difference in accelerating the delivery of the SDGs and also Agenda 2063 across African countries
in this 4-year horizon?
Thank you very much. I stand on all protocols already established. I think it's more of what the other speakers have been saying, and I'll just concretize it from a practical point of view. And the first and foremost is to institutionalize the two agendas, one plan, one budget, one delivery platform at the country level. Why does this matter? Because fragmentation between national plans, donor frameworks, and sector strategies is the biggest drag on service delivery, on the delivery of the SDGs. How do we do that? We have to align national development plans, SDG roadmaps, and Agenda 2063 priorities into one integrated results framework with a small set of national accelerators. You heard the Minister of Finance in Uganda mention about the National Development Plan 4 that Uganda is currently implementing, which has already integrated the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, and also the 2026-2030 United Nations Sustainable Cooperation Framework in Uganda. But this has to be backed up by performance management and performance oversight. And also, I take the example of Uganda, where the country has instituted a single national performance review conference for the government, for the United Nations country team, and development partners chaired by the Prime Minister. The Executive Secretary of the ECA this morning commended this powerful and transformational approach. It works. This because it requires that public budgets, national all the way down to local government level, donor programs, and UN country frameworks, work plans, and budgets explicitly tag expenditures and outputs to those shared priorities and report on them. And we've already said the plans are there. We know what needs to be done. All the speakers have been articulating more or less the same things. Now, how do you guardrail implementation? How do you make sure that what you're planning is exactly what's happening? This does not only require that all of these are aligned, but that there's a central delivery or coordination unit. And in Uganda, it's under the coordinator of government business, who's the Prime Minister of Uganda. In other countries, it can be the president, it can be the vice president, or it can even be the Ministry of Finance. This should track implementation, bottlenecks, and resolve interministerial conflicts, and so on. In Uganda, at the technical level, this is led by, in the office of the Prime Minister, by the Deputy Head of the Public Service in charge of performance and service delivery. This reduces duplication, accelerates decision-making, and shifts coordination from meetings to delivery. And that's the real impact. Number two, use a small number of whole-of-system accelerators instead of sector-by-sector implementation. Why does this matter? Because progress accelerates when countries act on interventions that cut across multiple SDGs and Agenda 2063 pillars. In Uganda, they have picked up what they call the ATMs, agro-industrialization, tourism, mining, science, technology, and innovation. And on these, they've added on top the imperative of domestic resource mobilization and service delivery, focusing on food systems and climate resilience. Domestic resource mobilization focuses on tax and social protection, local government finance, food systems and climate resilience on agriculture, energy, water, environment, and trade, but also human capital development, because this is where you have to have jobs and human capital. So education has been prioritized, health, skills, digitalization, and medium and small and medium enterprises and micro businesses. This forms a time-bound cross-ministry delivery teams for each accelerator with authority to unblock implementation. The pool financing across ministries, development banks, and partners around these accelerators. Track the outcomes, not activities. How many jobs have been created? How much revenue has been collected? How many children are learning? The impact. Countries get measurable gains faster by focusing coordination where it produces multiple development wins at once. In the United Nations, we call them the 6 transitions. And then at the country level, they come up with different titles. And then the third and final one is make implementation accountable through shared data, transparency, and local execution. Coordination improves only when results, financing, and responsibilities are visible and localized, when people can feel the transformation at their dinner table. What do we need to do? We need to establish shared national dashboards, government, UN, and development partners, all of us looking at the same data and understanding the same problem. In Uganda as well, this has been done. The United Nations, government, and the local development partners meet regularly. And the United Nations provides the Secretariat of Local Development Partner Group, which meets regularly with the Office of the Prime Minister to look at these performance dashboards and to basically see what needs to be tweaked, what needs to be supported, and what needs to be enhanced. We need to also push delivery down to local governments with clear mandates, predictable financing, and performance benchmarks. Again, I make reference to the National Performance Review Conference that we had this month, where we had local government officials come to Kampala and discuss with national leaders what were the obstacles, talk about their performance, talk about their scorecard, and see how they could do better. And indeed, during that session, a couple of local government municipalities received acknowledgement, recognition, awards for their performance. Finally, I would like to underline that we have to have international, regional, and national integration to show results at these levels, to show results in the community around Uganda, for example. That's important to show results in the East Africa community, to show what are we doing, benchmarking one country with the other, so that we can learn from each other and move forward. And also, of course, we have this forum at the regional level, and also the high-level dialogue that is held every July in New York, which also is a good forum to showcase results. So that's what I would say, that we need acceleration in these 3 areas to really move the needle. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Leonard Zulu, United Nations resident and humanitarian coordinator in Uganda. If I could summarize it, my simple mind, I just heard monitoring and evaluation, track, monitor, evaluate, track, monitor, evaluate, and make sure this is done at the highest political level to ensure accountability and regular performance reviews, and also share knowledge across various spheres of government so that we make sure that we're all doing and pursuing the same goals. Thank you for that intervention. We're now joined by the Managing Director for Programs at the Open Society Foundations, Brian Kagoro, who will answer a few questions about new funding models, even philanthropy. So, Brian, to you, with implementation and financing constraints, it was quite comprehensively dealt with earlier on, a decline in overseas development assistance, bilateral funding and aid, and just general funding shortages. So where else can we source resources? Do you see philanthropy as having a comparative advantage in unlocking larger pools of public and private financing for SDGs and Agenda 2063's delivery? Not forgetting that we're told that the funding gap in Africa is over $1 trillion. So could philanthropy fill that gap?
I have a simple answer for you, no.
But let me start off by recognizing the new chair of the Bureau. All protocols observed. We are in our sixth decade of development, or development decade in UN speak. The first one, 1961 to 70, was on economic growth, and there was a realization that economic growth alone was insufficient. The second, 1971 to 80, was on this idea of comprehensive growth that brought social justice to address income disparity, employment and education, and structural change, emphasizing industrialization and agriculture. Then we moved to the third, 1981 to 1990, which was titled Development in a Turbulent Global Economy. We were in the context then of a debt crisis, and the focus was on stabilization and structural adjustment, and looking at international cooperation, and a special focus on least developed countries. And the fourth, 1991 to 2000, was on sustainable and human-centered development. That's what brought in the environment. And as you remember, we had come from the Rio Earth Summit, so this idea of the human rights economy was centered in that. And the fifth, 2001 to 2015, my brother Ozonia and a couple of you here, we worked together, I was still in the UN, was the focus on MDGs, leaving no one behind, measuring targets, poverty targeting, hunger, health, education, and global partnerships. Sixth, where we are now, environmental action, and etc., and etc. So we must ask ourselves, what is actually the shift? What is the shift? Otherwise, we keep regurgitating things that were said by people who died before we came. So currently, there have been four shifts, which I've described to you. Growth, from growth to sustainability. The idea that mere economic growth wouldn't address what we're faced with. Environmental stewardship was important. From development silos to integration. This idea that if you just focus on separate economic, social, and environmental goals, you wouldn't achieve the outcomes we want. So you needed to integrate and make the SDGs indivisible. And then this idea from state to human-centered development. We shift from solely targeting national governments to focusing on rights, on dignity, on individual well-being. So the central issue is you need a particular type of state. You need a particular type of state to do the action we are talking about. And that particular type of state is an entrepreneurial state, not just a well-coordinated state. It's a state that can pivot midstream if a particular course that's been adopted is not working. Sticking to a perfect plan in imperfect conditions is madness. Number two, you need that state to be strategic, to be capable, to be democratic. You cannot have inclusive development without effective participation of citizens. But you need a particular type of market. And that market, we keep saying private sector-led growth, private sector this, private sector. Yeah, well, you know, I want to suggest to you, if the private sector is not patriotic, if it is not Pan-African in perspective, it is simply going to extract in the manner that we saw in the previous 6 development decades. So the central conversation about coordination and collaboration is not just of actors. It is the one little distinction that doesn't bring difference, but brings real focus between Agenda 2030 and the Agenda 2063. Is Agenda 2063 focus on Pan-Africanism, political unity, on cultural identity, on infrastructure, on common defense and security? The erosions that we're discussing now are erosions at the level where the soft issues of development are actually deemed secondary to the hard issues of development. That error has been made for 70 years. It's time we course correct. And so let me suggest 3 things that I think you need to rethink, then I'll tell you what I think philanthropy can do. Number 1, let's bust this myth that capital is risk timid, that this timidity of capital and the insistence on ideal conditions is what, if you look at FDI flows into Africa, none of them have gone to areas and countries where we have created the most ideal conditions. So there's either something wrong with our analysis or something wrong with capital. Right? Investments have not stopped in war-torn countries. In fact, in some instances, they have increased, suggesting that those who are investing may be involved in escalating instability in order for the instability to generate super profits that are unregulated because the capacity of the state to regulate and to oversee is diminished. Well, I'm not a diplomat. I used to work for the UN. I've left, so I can tell you exactly what I think. So the idea of bankability of projects is both good, but it's also part myth. When capital thinks it can redeem a value out of any project, it will. Tell me, for the 30, 40 years of extraction out of the DRC, what were the bankable projects that were there and who had submitted them? And so as Africa begins to talk about the role of its critical minerals, the role of its human capital, all the years we were told our people were not really worth much. Who's sustaining a lot of the so-called developing world? It's our labor. That labor, which was deemed unemployable in Africa, is usable elsewhere. So there needs to be a rethink. The third thing I would like you to rethink before I tell you what I think philanthropy should do. Look, I hear a lot about urban development. I really love urban development. There are a lot of people in urban development, but I keep saying this, and I'm glad I'm saying it at the UN. There are no critical minerals in urban centers. They are in rural areas. As long as the policies on industrialization, extraction, and energy security don't address underdevelopment in the rural areas, you are always going to have urbanization, not as an inevitability, but as a result of a skew in how we approach extraction. So if you are going to extract, please make sure, if you go elsewhere in the world, where there are extraction sites, right? There are big universities, there are big clinics, healthcare places, and etc. This continent, everywhere where we extract, it's a scandal of underdevelopment, right? So please, yes, urban development, but it's not the most urgent. 62% of Africans live in rural areas, and in those rural areas, their governments are unable to invest because they are dealing with a problem of historical colonial forms of extraction that are by today. So if we're going to tilt, we are not addressing rapid and chaotic urbanization. We should be addressing underdevelopment and undervaluation of African labor, African land, and African natural resources. So what can philanthropy do? Well, you know, philanthropy is uniquely poised to address certain mythologies, right? This idea of the pipeline problem, you know, that the projects are not bankable and etc. So positioned to take the first loss and early stage risk, funding feasibility studies, pilots, innovations that make projects so-called attractive. Let's not call it bankable. They were bankable before, attractive. Why attractive? Because it's at the insistence of the investor. I work for a donor agency, so I can tell you, someone can bring a proposal, and then you see someone sitting on the other side who has never lived through the reality, try and adjust the proposal to what they read in a manual at the business school. So that once it reads like that, then it's a good proposal. And yet the person who's bringing the proposal understands the reality. Number two, strengthen the delivery chain, supporting local institutions, data systems, and accountability mechanisms that convert commitments into outcomes. We can convene and align with partners. I think the biggest problem of Africa is not really capital. There's a lot of capital inflow and outflow, informal and formal. Most of it is fragmented. As long as that capital is fragmented, it can't result in integrated development. And this is why we in philanthropy, those in the private sector, and DFIs have to agree that fragmentation of capital simply means African administrators and governments now have to run from one funder to another, even with the one coordination framework, because it comes with preferences. Number three, promote equity and inclusion. The fundamental problem of underdevelopment is not how to make Africa similar to Europe or to America. We have seen now with the recent developments that that development pathway leads to a certain level of unsustainability. It's for African thinkers to get out of the laziness of mimesis, right? This mimetic approach to development. I need to hear, at least as an African, what is so different? Because some of the things you hear when we say them, they sound, you could actually take them and just put them downtown New York, they'll be the same thing. You put them in Ontario, it'll be the same thing. What is different about developing on a continent that's so rich in natural resources, that has such a young and vibrant population, that has historically been exploited and had extraction from? You actually need to invest more in certain things. So we can de-risk project preparation. We can use catalytic capital to crowd in investment. The biggest problem, many of you who may be investors, every investor incurs, your first investment doesn't always result in profit. It results sometimes in loss. You need some investments that will de-risk that, because government doesn't have the resources. The big private sector, not really interested in that. The DFIs, that's not really their business. So philanthropies, African philanthropies and other philanthropies could help with that component. Once you de-risk, you help crowd in African capital. What does it mean? Strategic state action, such as some governments have taken to make sure that their local private sector, young people, women, and etc. can participate is key. But you need to de-risk that first participation because it's key. So when you look at strengthening national and local delivery system, the capacity for execution is one of our biggest problems. It's not that we don't have educated people. It's not that we don't have smart people. They are smart. But the difference between knowing how to do nuts and bolts stuff and having read the book that describes how beautifully nuts and bolts can be done are two different things. And sometimes we do dumb things. So if you look at how we have underinvested in TVETs, the technical and vocational training colleges, because we spent years telling young people that that's where people who have failed go. But Africa wants to build infrastructure, manufacturing, and etc. And you now have a shortage of electricians. You have a shortage of basic common skills that you need to industrialize, to manufacture, and etc. That I think philanthropy can help. Let me land by saying accelerating green and digital transformation with inclusion. Digital public goods and last mile connectivity. Somebody needs to invest in interoperable systems, digital skills, and affordable access. And if you're talking about industrialization, the development of green industrial policies, and if you're thinking about those priority entry points of youth, skills, jobs that you were talking about, health, nutrition, food systems, and etc. This requires patriotic, domestic philanthropy. And Minister, this essentially then means for governments, you need to have policies that encourage the middle class to give. The old colonial regulation where you only have for-profit and non-profit no longer suffices for an Africa that actually wants to raise domestic resources. You need to have a new strategy that captures middle-class giving and where necessary incentivizes certain forms of giving, both by corporates and others, through taxation. Because that way you build a commitment through local philanthropy. And international philanthropy, I think, could play a role. I work with an international philanthropy, and our approach, contrary to those people who think that we're not funding in your country, so don't worry, we're not funding regime change. What we are interested in is critical minerals, supporting African governments and producer nations negotiate better deals. Okay. Bring them together in a collective of global South countries to negotiate better. Number two, support the pooling of resources and capacities to better exploit your natural resources, not just your ability to negotiate mining contracts, but we are training engineers, we are training lawyers, we are training all sorts of skills upstream, downstream that are not aggregated. The African centers of excellence that we keep talking about, We will require the Dangote Foundation, Masiwa Foundation, and other philanthropies to help at least kickstart that vision of the AU. Lastly, the African Union's voice in Washington, in Geneva, and elsewhere cannot always be convened by its bilaterals. That means the African Union needs to have a very clear statement, not just of normative positions, but of interest articulation, and to be the one that's convening those who would fund, whether they are private, public, or otherwise. So philanthropy can play a role, but that role has to be aligned to national development strategies, and that role has to be aligned to states that want to be entrepreneurial, strategic, developmental in focus. But the private sector locally cannot be deemed the same way. I mean, before philanthropy used to say, if you are called civil society, then you are always good. If you are called private sector, you're always good. I don't live in cuckoo land. None of us do. Nobody is eternally good or essentially good by mere existence. Patriotism, Pan-Africanism is a state of consciousness that will be built through conscientization, through dialogue, and collective application, co-creation, and collective evaluation of performance. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel like we've interrupted your flow, but in the interest of time, we have to move on. Agile states that are even entrepreneurial, inclusive, fundamentally democratic, incentivize giving by the middle class and high net worth individuals, and let that giving have an aspect of patriotism to it, where the money is directed to core development priorities. That's transformative. Instead of us focusing on investments that are extractive and mercantilist, let's think about how we build our countries. Brian, I almost want to say, any young person hearing your intervention today would say that was fire, fire, fire. And so thank you for the courage and the candor. And so let me defer finally to a young person, the Secretary General of the Pan-African Youth Union, Benning Ahmed Wisichong. From a youth perspective, you've heard a lot today. Highest impact opportunities in your view that are transformative, that could be coordinated, but can work across the continent, sub-regions, national, local levels. What is it that young people want? What do they want in terms of empowered, meaningful policy?
Thank you so much, Excellencies, Ministers of State. Truly a great pleasure to have an opportunity to speak here. But I've listened to all the panelists, and it appears we already have a solution, because we hear huge, fancy grammar, but do young people trust them? No, we don't. We do not trust you because you are unable to translate this big grammar into practical solutions on ground. And that's the challenge that we have. Now, if you ask all the panelists, they mention agriculture, which is one of the biggest things that we're looking at, digital economy, green and urban jobs, creative arts, regional integration. After listening to all the panelists, the only thing that we fall short is that there's no honest translation of all these aspirations into real, actionable, and practical solutions in our respective member states, at the rural levels, at the grassroots level. And so what do young people want? Young people want policymakers, the UN system, the African Union, all the stakeholders, to be honest, in terms of how they translate the same energy that we hear them speak the grammar and make the presentations, we want to see them translate that into real action on the ground. Look, I've listened, and one of the things that keep recurring is how do we mobilize resources? And I've heard the issue of domestic resource mobilization over and over and over again. But domestic resource mobilization is a governance outcome. And the biggest currency for governance is trust. Citizens must trust you to support you. Now, youth in Africa are a domestic resource. How are we mobilizing this domestic resource to ensure that we are able to really be transformative? I think these are the things that young people really would want to see from policymakers, from the UN system, from all the stakeholders. Because at the end of the day, if we come to read again a list of big English telling you about agriculture, yes, agriculture is a big deal. There are young people, millions of young people currently are in agriculture, but at subsistence level. What needs to be done is scaling up this subsistence agriculture into a more entrepreneurial, into a more enterprise-based kind of agriculture. Digital economy. Young people are already by themselves venturing and using disruptive technology and the digital economy in very useful and productive ways. But the challenges exist. Cost of data. Young people consistently have spoken to our governments and to stakeholders about the cost of data, infrastructure, the existence of the requisite infrastructure for us to be able to utilize and optimize the digital economy. We have the issues of creative arts, the creative arts industry. It's been a conversation that we've had over and over and over again. You take Nollywood in Nigeria, employs direct and indirect about 1 million. It's got a huge potential to scale up, to open up. Do we have the right investments there? No. But we hear our policymakers make inferences to these same industries, have proposed solutions, and when it comes to actioning this on ground, we do not see that happening. Regional integration. Look, the Africa Continental Free Trade, when it was adopted and introduced, it was a big deal for Africa. But mobility remains a very huge challenge. And if we want to be transformative in Africa, if we want trade to be transformative, we should be able to move. There should be mobility. Between Ghana and Burkina Faso, between Uganda and Kenya, between the DRC and Rwanda, between the DRC and Cameroon, between South Africa and Zimbabwe. We need to be able to open up our borders. We need to be able to allow our systems to integrate if we really want to see something transformative. But until then, it's just going to be the same rhetoric, the same repetition of solutions that we propose in a very theoretical way without being able to practicalize or translate them into real action. So, young people require more action from our governments. We require all stakeholders to put more effort into an honest translation of all these presentations that have been made into real action on ground. And once we begin to see these presentations, these speeches being translated into real action in our respective member states at the national, at the rural, or the grassroots level, then we are going to build trust and we are going to support our governments to be able to mobilize internally. Because as we say, one of the biggest conversation now is that funding, there's shortage of funding, and that we need to look inward. How do you expect a young man that's living in a rural area that has no job to support the ministries of finance or the governments to mobilize financing domestically? How do you expect young people to trust our governments when the biggest investment that we make at national level go to benefit multilaterals or multinational organizations that come from outside our countries? I cited an example just yesterday, and I said the Republic of Ghana last year invested $12 billion in currency stabilization. It's an import-driven country. That means that our industries are not working. And when you invest $12 billion into currency stabilization, what it means is that the Chinese companies, the Turkish companies, the American companies, the European companies simply drain out the dollars and the economy will go back to its original states. But if we invest these monies in building industry, investing that in our agricultural sector, in investing that in the creative arts industry, then we will be building systems that are resilient, systems that are able to turn out more resources, employ, and build up the economy. These are what young people want to see, and I believe that we've seen that. The young people of this continent are resilient. The young people of this continent are genius. The young people of this continent by themselves have proven, and COVID has been a classical example of what it means for an African young person, that we have what it takes to stand up to the occasion or to rise to the occasion. All we need is an honest translation of all this fancy grammar that we've just heard into real action on ground. And this is what young people require. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that intervention. No more big English, big outcomes. Nike, get it done. Leaders, get it done. At this juncture, we're going to take, please, in the interest of time, one round of questions, but I'm going to defer to the authority of our Bureau Chair presiding over this high-level session to facilitate this part of the conversation so that he does it in his authority, because as you know, he's presiding over the agenda and the flow of work. So one round of questions that will go through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. So we were scheduled to break for lunch at 1:30 p.m. It's 2:40 p.m. So we will be having a very brief session of question and answers. I will kindly ask our delegates who would like to intervene to raise the paper that you have in front of you with your country name. And once I call your name, you will lower it. And then I will call your name one by one. And then you will open your microphone and take the floor. Once again, please keep your intervention brief. No long declaration, one straightforward question, and our panelists will give you a straightforward reply. Thank you for that. So may I see the names of the countries who would like to intervene, raising questions to our panelists for this first high-level panel discussion? I can see Democratic Republic of Congo. I can see Eritrea, Malawi. I cannot read from. Okay, I have Tanzania here, and one lady at the back. What? CSO. And we have Chad. Good. So, there is a. Oh, I cannot read. Can you please maybe open your microphone and tell us the country here, over there? Djibouti. Djibouti. Good. Okay. So we will start by the Democratic Republic of Congo. Floor is yours.
Hello, thanks. I'm Honorable Ayobangira Safari from DRC. I would like just to ask a quick question. As you say, we have to move from diagnostic to action. I would like to know what on your side from the UNECA or AU or UNDP, what do you do to make sure that country we are moving from diagnostic to action? There's some kind of incitement you can see, like if you take just an example, when the country they are running to host a game, a World Cup and what, they are obliged to build national stadium in a very short time. But if it was just their national plan, maybe those stadiums they will not be there. So as a AU NDP, do you have a mechanism that you can push country to move from diagnostic to action? I know there is the Africa peer review mechanism where you give some score to those countries who are making good. Are you using those kind of score to push country to encourage those countries who are making a progress to move forward? Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask one of our panelists to speak out and give a reply to our colleague from the Democratic Republic of Congo?
Maybe you can take all the questions.
You should. Okay, just to help our panelists prepare their relevant answers to the questions, we will take all questions first and then get back to you. May I ask Eritrea to take the floor? Eritrea.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just briefly, it's very relevant to create synergy between Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, but how do we integrate also that aspect into peace and stability? Because without it, it would be difficult to implement both agendas, one. Second, also, how do we disaggregate into the national level by integrating and taking the context of member states' priorities and the context as well? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We will now move to Malawi.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is Simon Munde, representing Federation of Disability Organizations in Malawi. Apologies, Chair. With all humility, I would like to ask for your consideration, more especially in terms of time, because all these panelists, I think there is no one who has a disability to speak on behalf of persons with disabilities. And we know that Sustainable Development Goals is emphasizing on leaving no one behind. And basically, I'm speaking on behalf of fellow persons with disabilities in Africa. Basically, I wanted to put a question to the panelists. We are talking of transformation. We are talking of innovations. We are talking of being inclusive. What measures are we putting in place to ensure that as we're heading towards 2030, with less than 5 years to go, what measures are we putting in place, or deliberate measures are we putting in place to ensure that persons with disabilities are really not being left behind? Because even this time around, as we are having this kind of a summit, this kind of a forum, you would see that no deliberate measures are being put in place to ensure that persons with disabilities are on the table. Because most of the times what we say is that if you're not on the table, then you're on the menu. Are we really serious that as we're going towards 2030, persons with disabilities are really together? An integral part of the whole process is we are implementing Agenda 2030 as well as Agenda 2063. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Malawi. We have heard you very loud and clear. We now move to Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Chair. I am going to ask a question, or rather propose two suggestions to the forum, and I would like to hear what your takes will be on it. Suggestion number one, I propose that the African Union and the Economic Commission for Africa considers harmonizing reporting frameworks
instead of maintaining separate reporting processes, namely the voluntary national reviews for the SGDs and for the biannual agenda for 2063, wouldn't you think there is a need for exploring a unified reporting mechanism which will enhance efficiency, reduce duplication, and optimize the use of human, financial, and data resource while serving the same overarching purpose? That is suggestion number one. Suggestion number two, I would like also to have the forum consider how we do assess progress on our integration agenda. The goal under Agenda 2030 and the Agenda 2063 are inherently interconnected. So progress in one area often contributes to the multiple goals. For instance, improving access to clean water and sanitation also advances sustainable cities and communities. Similarly, infrastructure development, such as roads construction, enhances access to healthcare, access to agricultural resource areas and mineral resource areas. So if we adopt a framework that is more integrated, I would think this will help us to achieve more current and have a common assessment tool that will reduce the duplication of services when it comes to reporting as individual countries. What do you think about those two suggestions? Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestions. Now we move to CSO.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Latia, and I'm the UN Program Advisor at Outright International, which is a US-based organization, and we do work at the UN headquarters in New York. So I heard that experimenting, learning, adapting, and innovating are approaches that national governments should consider, and I totally agree. So based on the great example presented in implementing SDGs 6, 7, 9, 11, and reinforcing SDGs 17, what are concrete actionable strategies currently implemented or that you think should be implemented for cross-continental multilateral cooperation and peer-to-peer learning to reinforce systems and policies implementation, but mostly for countries to move from commitment to action for an efficient and transparent implementation of the SDGs under review today? Also, how do you see strong and efficient, inclusive approaches for the SDGs implementation that recognize the value added of the participation of youth, women and girls, people with disability, and other marginalized and criminalized communities in achieving the Africa we want through Agenda 2063 and the UN Agenda 2030? Thank you.
Have you finished? Yes. Yeah, okay, it's okay. Thank you. Now we will take the question from Chad.
Thank you, Your Excellency Fabrice David, and congratulations for leading the 12th session. My question is, we in Chad, we have an important livestock, and we are suffering from access to water. And we are talking here about Africa SDGs, the Agenda 2063, and we are not talking about those people who are really suffering and those people who are in need to access water. In Chad, for example, in the jungle, in the villages, people are going 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers only to look for water. We don't talk about sanitation water, only the water itself. So what are the concrete actions that we will go far from here, from this stage, from this forum? What are the concrete actions to make sure that those people who are really in need are not left behind and are really put on the discussions and take seriously that problems? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And last but not least, Djibouti.
Bonjour, Clément.
Greetings, everyone.
Donc, je suis
My name is Ahmed Mokola. I chair the youth movement of Djibouti. I'm very honored to take the floor at this at a time when Africa is supposed to reverse the trend, as the theme of this forum emphasizes. As you know, the clock is ticking. We have less than 5 years from now to 2030, and Agenda 2063 will not be implemented without a radical transformation of our approaches. The main priorities today are youth unemployment, lack of access to finances, and also the lack of decision-making spaces for young Africans. My recommendation, therefore, is to put the youth at the heart of the implementation of Agenda 2060 and Agenda 2030. It should no longer be a declaration in principle, but a strategic priority that is translated into concrete actions. Secondly, I think that we should move from a consulted youth to decision-making youth. We have to see young people no longer as tomorrow, as the future, but as the present, as the actors of change that Africa needs today. Because in Africa, all over Africa, we face social, economic, climate emergencies without involving young Africans, without giving them the necessary financial resources, will not be able to build the future that we need. So the youth must be implemented in priority. They must be invited to sit at the decision-making table. After this meeting, young people will not actually know what decisions have been made. They will not know about the outcomes. My recommendation would be maybe to create a regional youth coalition that will be responsible for monitoring progress towards our goals. After this forum, to monitor any outcome from this forum. Thank you very much.
So now I will invite our different panelists to take the floor and maybe relate to the question raised for your relevant reply. Should we do it in order? Is there someone who would like to reply to Democratic of Congo? Please, Minister from Gabon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The question from the delegate from DRC, how to get countries to take more actions? It's a bit of a tricky one, because from the government perspective, countries should actually be taking action themselves. Development is a process that comes from within. It's not imported, it's not imposed. Right? So as such, countries should be taking action in terms of how they want to lead their own development. The moment we start asking for help on basic issues, I think then it becomes a bit of a problem. That's my answer with my government hat. Now that I'm back in the ball. I think development comes from within, not from outside. However, from the UN perspective, I was with the UN not so long ago, and I just spent 18 years in the system. Plans exist, all kind of plans at country level. The UN is working with countries to do national development plans, for example. They're using the cooperation process, for example, to do diagnostics, to find out where do the countries stand in terms of the SDGs, for example, and on all the SDGs. So I don't think it's a lack of diagnostic of plan that countries are not taking action. There are other issues. Some of the issues are related to human capital. There is no development without human capital. When there is no human capital at the development level, it becomes a bit tricky. Whether it's young people, women, or else, human capital is very important. In many countries, that's where we need to strengthen a little bit what we do. The other issues was mentioned here this morning, this afternoon. It's resources. It's resources. And in my view, it's not just public resources, and I said it in my intervention. It's also private capital. When I look at major countries in Africa, they need two things. They need knowledge and capital to move some of these processes forward. So in summary, it's not lack of plans that countries are not taking action. There are structural issues which need to be resolved. But more often than not, these issues they link to leadership or governance, because it's the country that actually should take over their own trajectories. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Regarding the question now from Eritrea, my colleague on my left will reply. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think just to add on the DRC question, I would also look at convening in the country national policy dialogues and decision-making platforms to agree on a few of the actions that you can take to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. And like where I'm sitting now in Uganda, and the minister is here, they agreed on ATMs, agro-industrialization, tourism, mining, science. And they are rallying a lot of the work that they do, they rally around these four streams. So focusing is very important, and then convening around that for policy formulation, how we are going to go forward as a state, and also the decisions you need to take, and also having investment forums around that, where you then bring your partners and say that let's come together and move the needle on these four tracks. So I think that works very well to help you accelerate. And then on the question from the delegate from Eritrea, I think we have to really look at the integration of peace, development, and prioritization, I would say. Because the prioritization is in the hands of government. And it's manifest in the National Development Plan. And everybody, the partners, by bringing them together, having an integrated platform, delivery platform, you bring everybody to support government priorities. As the minister from Gabon eloquently has just stated, we are not there to set the development agenda in the country. We are there to support government's priorities and government's agenda. Where I sit, the government's agenda is very clear. It's in the National Development Plan, which is on its fourth iteration, and it's there articulated in Vision 2040 to grow the economy tenfold. So there's a strategy for that, to move the economy from a $50 billion baseline where it started to a $500 billion ceiling by 2040. And then, of course, they will go beyond that as they continue. Leaving no one behind, if I may assist with that. Leaving no one behind, I think what is important is mainstreaming. Mainstreaming in planning, mainstreaming in monitoring, mainstreaming in performance management. We have to make sure that we are not leaving anyone behind. We have to make sure that we are going to the grassroots. Where I sit again, it's the parish development model, bringing people into the money economy, everyone, notwithstanding disability or anything, bringing people who are at the subsistence level into the money economy. So how does that work? That means that we not only do we have to mainstream in the planning, but we have to target. We have to sit down with you, understand what are your needs, and then tailor responses around those needs. And the United Nations country team plays a key role by being able to make catalytic investments in those areas to make sure that no one is left behind, or be part of the safety net that will make sure that people do not fall below a certain threshold. Maybe I can pause here, I can come back later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zulu, for having replied to Eritrea and partly to Malawi regarding leaving no one behind. Is there any other panelists who would like to add upon to the reply regarding Malawi, and especially leaving no one behind when it comes to persons living with disability in Africa? Then we move to the reply to Tanzania, which came up with suggestions. One regarding formalizing reporting mechanism and framework, and raising a question about how to assess progress on both agendas.
Mr. Chairman, I think on harmonizing reporting, I think we should start from the point of view of the targets and then the indicator framework. What kind of indicators do we have to measure progress, whether we're actually achieving our targets? And once we have agreed on the indicator framework for the SDGs, for Agenda 2063, and to make our national indicators consistent with those, then we can very easily harmonize our reporting framework, because the indicators reflect the progress that we are making on many of our interventions. Of course, the intervention may not necessarily be exactly similar. There would be certain divergences, but by and large, we could harmonize in terms of our indicators, in terms of our targets, and then we have a framework at the AU level. I think that is quite feasible to some extent. But he did have also another question, how to assess progress. I think it is almost the same response that we need to have targets and indicators to measure the attainment of those targets. Of course, there is always integration, that you build a road, for example, and that road offers a number of benefits. It would drive urbanization, it would drive the delivery of other infrastructure, because it will create corridors for delivery of electricity, for example, for delivery of water. So certain pieces of development infrastructure would lead to so many other benefits. And therefore, the delivery of such infrastructure creates kind of an integrated arrangement. And all these are products of careful planning. And that's why we have this old adage that says, failure to plan is like planning to fail. So for whatever we are doing, the basis is planning. We have to make sure that we actually plan our development, without which you can actually not take care of those people that would ordinarily be left behind. For example, someone who talked about, from Malawi, the PWDs, the people with the disabilities. You could easily leave those behind. The people who have got stuck in subsistence production, who are not participating in the monetary economy, you can easily leave those behind. So we need to plan. And our planning must be linked to budgeting. To plan without linking your planning to budgeting would be like planning in vain. I know that with limited resources, you can try to optimize those limited resources to deliver the results within the plan, if you judiciously try to utilize those limited resources. This is what we call the fiscal consolidation, to make sure that as you plan, as you budget, you direct resources where you get the best benefits, the return on investment. For example, in Uganda, we are talking about the ATMs that he has referred to, where A stands for agro-industrialization. And that's a whole program that is well coordinated. We are focusing on that one to drive the economy. Number two, the T, the tourism development. We know that's a major employer. We invest our resources, most of our resources, in those areas. Mineral beneficiation. We constantly say here that Africa is rich in terms of minerals. This time we are saying we cannot export raw minerals in a raw form. We are going to add value. So we provide resources. But to do all this, you need science, technology, and innovation. So in terms of our fiscal consolidation strategy, we provide resources to those areas. But how do we provide resources in those areas? One, we look at the key enablers for those to happen. For example, you need infrastructure. You have to invest in infrastructure to deliver those ones. So careful planning linked with budgeting, I think will help us deliver most of our results. Mr. Chairman, let me end at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To add on to the intervention of Honorable Minister Lugu Lobi, I'll give the floor to Minister Kosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to compliment the response from the Honorable Minister of State from Uganda. I don't think we can talk about the issue of performance without mentioning statistics. Strength central. It's important that we strengthen our national statistical systems, not just for monitoring of performance, but also for planning. How do we plan if we don't know what the issues are, right? So it's a very, very important aspect of the work that we need to do at country level. Strengthening national statistical system should be a priority number one, I would say. Without that, we don't know where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We still have got 3 questions to reply. Let's move to CSO, which was asking about how to move from commitment to action and having actionable measures for the 5 SDGs related to our 12th session. Any one of our panelists?
Chair, if you allow me, I think
yes, please.
It's an amalgamation of all the answers.
Yes.
If we really want to see action and delivery, we have to plan, we have to monitor, we have to evaluate performance management, and we have to make the investments. And we have to make the investments through the national budget, but also rally and mobilize our partners to also support our priorities, because we don't have all the resources. So official development assistance is still relevant. Grants, concessional loans, everything is relevant. We have to have a mix, a toolbox of financing for development. So we really need to mobilize our finances behind our goals and objectives and vision and aspirations. I think that's what we need to do. And we were thinking, where can we get it? We can get de-risking from, say, the philanthropist, from grants, using grants for feasibility studies, and then for execution, using maybe concessional loans. So we have to have a mix of various tools that we can then implement or exploit or employ to take us forward. And keep an eye on leaving no one behind. And we have to make sure that we reach those who are furthest behind first, or try doing that. So that means persons with disabilities, people who are still outside the monetary economy, people who are still at the subsistence level, bringing them into micro enterprises, and then working with them shoulder to shoulder to build them into small enterprises and so on. I think that's what's going to grow our economies.
Thank you. Thank you for your intervention. We now move to the question from our young delegate of Chad, who was asking about how to get concrete actions to make sure that people have access to drinking water.
I would think that the provision of water is one of those public investments for which the state is responsible to make sure that in its planning and budgeting processes, water is delivered. Of course, there are issues relating to the source of that water and the conservation of natural resources to make sure that we keep recharging those water resources. But by and large, it's one of those interventions that any particular government has to make sure that they provide. I do not think that there is any government that would ignore the need for providing water. It's a primary requirement that we cannot run away from when we are planning and when we are budgeting. In Chad, I don't know exactly what it is there, but it could be a water, it could be experiencing water scarcity in most of its areas. So in that particular case, I think massive investment is required to draw water from very far. So it is an issue of really of public investment and the government treating this as a priority and therefore allocating resources. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. And to reply to our last country, which is Djibouti, who was asking about how to make space for the youth to be part of a decision-making process, I give the floor to my colleague on my right-hand side from the Pan-African Youth Union. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. So, at member state level, there are existing frameworks that we have. These national youth councils, commissions, agencies, and authorities. I think what we would urge is for the RCs in the respective member states to begin to engage these national coordinating mechanisms, and for member states to really live up to expectation, because the reason for the establishment of these coordinating mechanisms is enshrined in the African Youth Charter in Article 12 that mandates every member state to set up a national coordinating mechanism to rally and galvanize young people to meaningfully contribute to nation building or development processes. Now, what we need to do then is to move away from that symbolic representation or creation of these institutions to sharing decision-making power with them, so that they become parts of the decision-making process. So, for instance, young people will be invited or consulted during budget hearings, but to what extent are their voices captured within the final budgets that are read? And these are things that probably member states will need to focus attention on, so that young people, because for each country, the largest demographic are young people, and therefore, even in the development planning processes, the majority in our respective countries are young people 35 years and below. And so if your budgeting, planning, and development processes leave this demographic on the periphery, then it's problematic. And so I believe that engaging young people and their institutions, and at a continental level, we have an institution like the Pan-African Youth Union, that's the continental federation of all these national mechanisms. The ECA and the UN system has been engaging with our national youth councils consistently, but we need it to be scaled up from just the symbolic representation to co-creating actions with us as institutions and as young people. And I believe that would be a more practical way of addressing and also implementing the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you. So I can see that this first high-level panel has been very dense, very rich. And I would like to thank the speaker, the presenter, all panelists and delegates, and as well our talented moderator, for this thought-provoking and action-inspiring high-level panel. So with that, I have to announce that we are running behind schedule by 1 hour and 45 minutes, and that I suggest that we adjourn now for lunch or tea time, depends, and that we resume after no more than 1 hour. But before we leave the room, is there any practical announcements for lunch from our secretariat?
Yes, Chair, they've sent the message to me, if you'll allow.
Please.
So lunch will be served now. For those of you who are ministers or holding gold or silver pins, please go upstairs to the second floor, turn to your right. If that instruction is not clear, there are protocol officers to guide you. Lunch is on the second floor, to your right, for gold and silver pin holders. Lunch is also on the second floor for the remainder of our delegates, but to the left. So in other words, to the left of the plenary hall. Second floor, that is for badge holders. To the right of
Africa is rising. are flowing, solutions are transforming.
Sorry? Oh, so we'll remove the portrait then. Thank you. You get it. Ladies and gentlemen.
Then I think well, they don't look like you're speaking something. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and your excellencies, yes, good to be here. Yes.
As you can see, the conference is going on very well, and it's very enjoyable. And it's good for us to see how we can always be coming to the conference to enjoy ourselves. Thank you very much. Finish? Thank you.
Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your kind attention. I'm well aware that many of our colleagues are still making their way back into the plenary hall following lunch, so we'll just give them a few minutes to make their way back and settle in. After which we will begin the second high-level panel titled Unlocking Finance for Climate Resilience and Sustainable Development in Africa, building on the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development and the 30th session of the Conference of Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. I must reiterate that this is a high-level panel that will be led by none other than the Executive Secretary of the ECA. So we really are requesting that all delegates make their way back in, settle in, so that we can begin the program. When we are ready to commence, I will defer to our Bureau Chair to lead us into this next session. But just a reminder that if any of you are interested in visiting a historic site, the Africa Hall Visitor Center, there's an opportunity for you to visit this historic site. This is where the OAU Charter was signed in 1963. And of course, this is where the landmark African Unity and Diplomacy Protocols were formed. The tour is 20 minutes long. If you're interested in visiting the Africa Hall, please go to the Visitor Center just outside the plenary hall to sign up for this 20-minute tour, and then you'll be given more details. In the interim, we are just making you aware that we will be commencing with the program in no less than 5 minutes, a high-level plenary session moderated by the Executive Secretary of the UN. Thank you.
In the mic, right?
How many mics you need?
I just need one. Just need one. There. Thank you. Oh,
Delegates, please take your seat. We're going to start in a very few minutes. Honorables délégués, merci de vous asseoir. Nous allons bientôt commencer.
Honorable delegates, please take your seats. We are about to start. We also invite the panelists to join the podium.
For the first group of panelists, so at least we can start quickly. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we call to all the panelists of the first group to join the podium around the chair. Please, you are invited. Thank you. Please take your seats. We're going to start.
Distinguished guests, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to commence with high-level panel 2 titled Unlocking Finance for Climate Resilience and Sustainable Development in Africa, building on the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development and the 30th session of the Conference of Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. The moderator of the session is the esteemed Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission of Africa, and shortly he'll be making his way to the stage to take over this panel and also introduce our guest speaker, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs for this Republic of Ethiopia, and President-designate of the 32nd session of the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Presenting the technical aspects of this topic will be Akif Merchant, the Director and Head of Africa at Convergence Blended Finance. And thereafter, the panel will respond to the two interventions made by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and by the Director from Convergence Blended Finance. The first group of panelists is comprised of the Minister of Environment for Rwanda, Bernadette Arikwiye. We're also joined by the Chair of the Africa Group of Negotiators, AGN, on Climate Change, Antwi Bosake Amoa, the Chief Executive Officer for Climate Investment Funds, Tarehe Badesin, the Assistant Secretary General for the World Meteorological Organization, Thomas Sesera, the United Nations Resident Coordinator and Humanitarian Coordinator in Mali, Hana Singer Amdi, and the Executive Director for the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Mathika Mwenda. Without further ado, I defer to our Bureau Chair and to our moderator. Thank you.
So distinguished delegates, welcome back from the lunch break. We will now resume our deliberation, starting with agenda item 4, which is the high-level panel 2, which bears the title Unlocking Finance for Climate Resilience and Sustainable Development in Africa, building on the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development and the 30th session of a Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, financing climate resilience and sustainable development is the central challenge of implementation today. This panel will provide insights on the 32nd Conference for the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP32, to be hosted by Ethiopia in 2027. We welcome Ethiopia's hosting of COP32. It offers a strategic opportunity for Africa to drive a shift from commitments to implementation. COP32 can serve as a platform to advance Africa-led solutions on adaptation, resilience, and climate finance, and to deliver climate outcomes that respond to African realities while supporting the continent's long-term development pathways. In this context, this panel is also expected to identify specific transformative actions to unlock financing for climate resilience and sustainable development in Africa. With that overview of the panel, it is now my great pleasure to welcome the moderator of the panel, the United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, Mr. Clave Gatete, and to request him to introduce the speakers and panelists and to take up his role as moderator of this panel. This high-level panel will last for 1 hour and 30 minutes. I would like to add that for practical reasons, since we are running behind the schedule, there will be no coffee break as planned, but delegates who have just come from the lunch break, feel free at any time. You can go and grab your coffee at a convenient time for you. Our session will continue without stopping for any break. Mr. Gatete, you now have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair.
And first of all, congratulations on you being our boss for the whole year. We'll be vetting you and then we'll be giving you the final marks when the year ends next year. But thank you very much. And I'm happy that we are also joined by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Colleagues, I think I've highlighted by the chair, we are going to talk about money. We are going to talk about climate resilience and sustainable development. We'll start with, we'll have two panels that are really back to back. The first one, we'll be talking about what do we need the money for? And they will convince us that actually they have programs, they have projects, they have areas that require financing. And the second part will now be giving us the money. And we hope that by the time we leave, we'll be having hope that the money will be coming. And then we follow up on that with the reforms that are necessary. So now with that, I want to start by our guest speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Mr. Gideon Timotheos, who is also our host, but most importantly, he's the president-elect designate, that's how they call him, of the COP32. This last year it was COP30, this year is COP31, and next year is COP32. And he's going to be the president, not only of Ethiopia, not only of Africa, but he'll be the president of the whole world as far as we'll be traveling everywhere, talking to the heads of states, talking to all stakeholders about COP and negotiating on into that COP, representing Africa, and have to mobilize Africa to make sure that what you have done is recognized, and also understanding that you have a contribution to make. So on this note, let me take this opportunity to invite Honorable Minister to make a presentation. Please go ahead.
Right, a very smart podium that I just to much appreciated. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to welcome you to the 12th Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. I extend my sincere appreciation to UNECA and the African Union for convening this timely and important forum. I want to particularly thank the Executive Secretary for all his work and dedication, without which this forum would not have been possible. Africa's experience with sustainable development continues to highlight a central challenge: financing. Persistent structural barriers, large financing gaps, rising debt burdens, declining public investment, and high costs of capital are eroding hard-won development gains. These challenges are further compounded by an international borrowing system that continues to penalize African countries through outdated and biased credit rating methodologies. Yet, Africa's resilience is undeniable. The continent has a real opportunity to accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals if we act decisively and with a sense of urgency. This will require strong leadership, sound policies, and effective partnerships. It also requires harnessing our demographic potential, natural resources, digital innovation, and private sector investment, while strengthening institutions capable of delivering transformative and inclusive growth. Above all, it requires closing the annual SDG financing gap, which is estimated to be around 670 to 760 billion US dollars by 2030. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, The recently adopted Compromiso di Sevilla offers a rare, once-in-a-decade opportunity to reform the global financial system and mobilize development finance at the scale and urgency required. Its message is clear. The current international financial architecture is no longer fit for purpose. It does not adequately respond to climate-driven shocks or the growing debt vulnerabilities of the Global South. On climate finance, COP29 delivered important progress. Parties agreed to mobilize $300 billion annually by 2035 and to pursue a pathway towards $100.3 trillion through the Baku to Belém roadmap. COP30 reaffirmed this direction, but decisions are not enough. The task before us now is implementation, turning commitments into delivery. In this context, it is in this context that the COP32 presidency of Ethiopia will consistently frame climate action as an integral part of sustainable development and poverty eradication. Implementation will be at the core of our presidency, strengthening institutions and accelerating support for the delivery of NDCs, national adaptation plans, and long-term strategies. We will pursue a pragmatic approach that aligns climate finance with livelihoods, energy access, food systems, public health, and ecosystem resilience, maximizing real-world impact. We'll also work to operationalize the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, ensuring that political commitments translate into measurable outcomes. With 2027 being a critical year for replenishing major climate funds, including the Green Climate Fund and the Loss and Damage Fund, we will engage closely with partners to secure ambitious pledges, even in a challenging global environment. Excellencies, dear colleagues, Ethiopia fully recognizes the complexity of delivering a successful COP, guided by our principle of start early, finish well. Preparations are well underway. A national governance structure is in place, chaired by His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, supported by dedicated task forces covering negotiations, logistics, infrastructure, communications, and resource mobilization. We also recognize that partnerships are essential. Ethiopia, therefore, looks to multilateral development banks, bilateral and multilateral partners, and the private sector to support COP32 preparations, the action agenda, and lasting legacy outcomes through finance, technical cooperation, and capacity building. That is why we are working closely with UNECA as one of our key partners. In conclusion, Ethiopia stands ready as COP32 presidency to work with all partners to strengthen multilateralism, accelerate implementation, and deliver a COP that leaves a meaningful and lasting impact, particularly for Africa and other vulnerable regions. I thank you.
So thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now you've taken us back to climate, and of course, what you didn't say is that when it comes to actually addressing the issues of climate, Ethiopia goes to the extreme. Whenever they are say tree planting, they go beyond 40 billion. Whenever you talk about the green legacy, they go beyond. They look at the whole country. And whenever we talk about electric vehicles, they ban the importation of any other vehicle other than electric vehicles. So for everything, they go to the extreme. And that's why by the time we reach the COP, so many things will have changed. And Honorable Minister, you also mentioned the compromiso de Sevilla. This is the financing for development, understanding that the current global financial architecture, as mentioned by the Secretary General this morning, is no longer working. In 2002, they started with Monterey, and they call it Monterey Consensus, trying to see how we can come up with a new financing model. And then after several years, it went to Doha, and in 2015, it came to Addis. We are here discussing how we can reform the global financial architecture. And this last year, we were in Spain, and that's why we are discussing really what needs to change. But whatever is changing, it comes with money. And that's why I wanted to know exactly in this area of climate, where you've had so many things, blue bonds, the green bonds, the climate swaps, the blended finance, sustainability-linked bonds. You've heard about so many things. And I'm sure the people will come, the second panel, will tell us on how this all works. And for you, if you're a Minister of Environment seated here, how do I get the money? That's the whole idea. And here I have a panelist of the people who are really very conversant, who are experts in this area. We have the Minister of Environment from Rwanda, Bernadette Arakwiye. We have the chair of the Africa Group of Negotiators on Climate Change, Mr. Amo. We have the Chief Executive Officer, Climate Investment Funds, Tarie, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, it's Gade Gesim. We have Assistant Secretary General, World Meteorological Organization. We're supposed to be very conversant. You cannot be Assistant Secretary General and you don't know everything. Thomas Asare, Executive Director, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Mr. Mwenda. So these are the people who are going to tell us exactly in this area, what do we need, what should we do? If we want to finance, what do we finance? So let me start with the Minister Bernadette Arakwiye, the Minister of Environment of Rwanda. And I'll read my question. Excellency, Rwanda is often cited as a leader in integrating climate resilience into national development through instruments such as green budgeting, environmental funds, and strong institutional coordination. From Rwanda's experience and from your own personal experience, what have been the most effective strategies for unlocking the aligning of climate finance, both domestic and international, to support climate resilience and sustainable development? And what practical lessons would you share with other developing countries struggling to move from climate commitments to bankable financed action? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Executive Secretary, Honorable Chair, Minister of Foreign Affairs and President-designate of COP32, fellow ministers or protocols observed. I want to thank you. I want to thank the organizers of this event for this important question and providing this moment for Rwanda to share our journey navigating the climate funding landscape and aligning that with our development goals. And I want to begin with a simple reality. For Rwanda, climate resilience is not optional. It is existential. And the impact of climate change are already visible across our country and across our landscapes. We are experiencing floods, landslides, soil erosion, and droughts. And because our economy really depends on climate-sensitive sectors like agriculture, the stakes are really high. So for us, climate resilience is not a parallel agenda. It is the foundation of our development model. And allow me to briefly reflect on what has worked for Rwanda. The most important shift we made was moving from projects to systems, or what we call a platform approach. For many years, like others, we also implemented fragmented project-based interventions, but we realized that this approach will not deliver the transformation that we need at scale. So we built country-led investment platforms that align all finance, domestic and international, around clear national priorities. And this platform is anchored into our national framework, talking about our Vision 2050 and our Green Growth and Climate Resilience Strategy that both ensure that growth and climate action go hand in hand, and also our recently developed NDC 3.0, which translates this ambition into fully costed investment-ready plans. And this shift from isolated projects to coordinated programs aligned with our national vision really provided something that investors often struggle with. They struggle to find. They are looking for clarity, coherence, and a credible pipeline of bankable opportunities. So to unlock and align finance, we focused on 3 practical areas. First, we needed to put in place strong institutions with clear roles. Here, I'm talking about the Ministry of Environment that drives policy and sets the climate agenda, the Ministry of Finance that integrates climate into planning and budgeting, and the Rwanda Green Fund that serves as a blended finance vehicle, helping to mobilize and de-risk investment and crowding the private capital. The second area is improving access to finance. We did so by accrediting our national institutions to mechanisms like the Green Climate Fund so that we're able to directly access and deploy international climate finance that is aligned with our priority. And third, we focused on programs, not projects. Here, we have prioritized 3 scalable investment areas: sustainable landscape management, climate smart agriculture, and sustainable cities. And these are integrated investment-ready programs designed to deliver impact at scale. And this approach I'm describing is already delivering results in Rwanda. It has enabled us to build a credible pipeline of large-scale investments, from renewable energy expansion to green urban development to landscape restoration linked to community livelihoods. But more importantly, it has changed the conversation with partners, from funding requests to co-investment opportunities. So from this journey, I want to share practical lessons. First, one needs to have a clear national platform, because we've seen that fragmentation is one of the biggest barriers. Investors need one single entry point into a coherent pipeline. Second, we need to anchor our ambition in numbers. The climate plans that we develop must be fully costed and prioritized, and they must be supported by strong data. Otherwise, they remain aspirational. Third, we need to build strong institution and coordination. This requires having clarity on roles and responsibility. Without it, we risk having duplication, running inefficient organization, or having delays. Getting the institutional architecture right is foundational. Fourth, we need to use public finance strategically. Public resources should be used to de-risk and unlock private investment, not replace it. And finally, focus on delivery. And this was also highlighted in the remarks by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that we have to move to implementation, because credibility is built through implementation on the ground, not through pledges. So as I wrap up, Rwanda's experience really shows that it is possible to move from commitments to financed action by scaling this. But scaling this will require strong partnerships, particularly to mobilize private capital and expand innovative financing solutions. We in Rwanda, we stand ready to work with partners to refine this and scale this model, not only in our country, but across the continent. And if I may leave you with one final thought, if we are really serious about delivering the impact we seek for our people, for our economies, and for our planet, then 2 things matter above all. We need clarity of vision and consistency in action, because vision ensures that climate resilience and development move together, but it is consistent and coordinated action across sectors, institutions, and partners that turn ambition into results. And this is why this year's theme on turning the tide transformative and coordinated action for the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 is so timely. Thank you, AS.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We know that Rwanda is known as the country of the southern hills, and with those hills, they are not cheap. So that's why really climate becomes very useful. And of course, environment is a big part of the Vision 2050. The Vision 2050 is the vision of the country to go into higher income country by 2050, and by 2035, it has to be at the upper income country. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And before we move on, I just wanted to let you know, I know some people are very anxious. Here you have my colleague, Mr. Merchant, the Director and Head of Africa at Convergence Blended Finance, who is going to talk about the severe platform of action and how to unlock those finances. But I deliberately kept him to make sure that he can say it after the panel. That's when we talk about money. So once we finish the whole panel discussion, before you go to the next, then he's going to give you a hint on how you can get that money. So please, Mr. Merchant, just hold on a bit. Otherwise, they may lose track if you start talking about money. So now let's go to the next speaker, Mr. Amo. I just also want to read to make sure that you understand the question. As chair of the Africa Group of Negotiators, you have a unique vantage point on both the challenges African countries face and the opportunities emerging in global climate negotiations. Based on Africa's collective negotiating experience, what strategic advice would you offer to African countries on how to unlock and scale up climate finance for climate resilience and sustainable development, particularly in moving from negotiated commitments to predictable, accessible, and country-driven financing on the ground? Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to be called upon to be among this esteemed panel to discuss an issue of utmost importance to the African continent. Let me use this opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to the ECA, the AU, and the other coordinators of this very important meeting. And then also to take the opportunity to say that it's important that the AGN was invited because we are very key in this agenda setting. So thank you for giving us this opportunity. Regarding the question, I want to go straight to the point with some highlights. Before that, let me thank the government of Ethiopia for also hosting us. Excellencies, I have 6 direct points to contribute to this discussion. 1, Africa's message is implementation finance, not more pledges. The outcomes of the FD4 and COP30 must translate into predictable, accessible, grant-based, and concessional finance that support adaptation, resilience, loss and damage, just transitions, and green industrialization across Africa. Second, the global finance agenda must close the development and climate finance gaps. A severe commitment recognizes the widening sustainable development finance gap and the need to expand fiscal space, address debt challenges, lower the cost of capital, and mobilize finance at scale. For Africa, this must mean real resources for the nationally determined contributions that has been talked about almost since morning, national adaptation plans, resilience infrastructure, and sustainable development priorities of the continent. Third, the outcome of COP30 must become a delivery agenda for Africa. A pathway towards mobilization, at least 300 billion, as was mentioned by the moderator, by 2035, and scaling up this finance up to 3 trillion annually by 2035 must be backed by annual milestones, transparent tracking, and clear, fair share of adaptation and resilience in African countries. So this shouldn't be Of course, Baku delivered 2 tranches of climate finance. You're looking at the pledge aspect that looks at finance provide, which is 300 billion per year, and then also scaling it up with mobilization of 1.3 trillion annually. These are huge numbers. Learning from the lessons of the 100 billion pledge from Copenhagen, I think the continent must not take it kindly just looking at these pledges, but to have a clear pathway to track these systems globally and what is coming in for Africa and what is going to do the business for the African projects. Again, adaptation finance must be treated as a development finance. Climate resilience protects food systems, water security, health, infrastructure, cities, energy access, ecosystems, job and fiscal stability. For Africa, adaptation sits at the heart of development. It protects food systems, infrastructure, health, water security, jobs, and fiscal stability for the growing impact of climate change. And so the discourse of climate finance, especially for adaptation, must be situated at the heart of development because for the continent, there's a thin line between climate resilience and adaptation. And this must be clearly nurtured into the development framework for the continent. Climate finance quality is very important, so as also the quantity. So for Africa, we shouldn't only look at the quantum, but we also have to look at the quality of the finance. Climate finance that deepens debt, distress is not resilience finance. Africa needs grants, highly concessional resources, non-debt creating instruments, guarantees, local currency financing, debt swaps, simplified access, faster disbursement, direct access to climate funds, and strong support for project preparation, especially for the LDCs within us, the states amongst us, and then the most vulnerable countries within the continent. Africa must shape the investment agenda, not simply receiving isolated projects. And I think the example that Rwanda just gave should be a test case for the continent for us to learn. Finance should support country-owned and regional investment pipelines aligned with NDCs, NAPs, SGDs, Agenda 2063, and national development plans. Public finance should de-risk private investment, but it must not replace obligations of developed countries to provide predictable and adequate climate finance. And this is something that is very critical because in the negotiation rooms, there is an attempt to probably slowly replace public finance with private finance instead of private capital de-risking those risks that we need to. And this is something that Africa must watch and then put on the scale. So I have 3 takeaways. First, establish a climate finance delivery compact for Africa. And this has to be annually structured with milestones that is going to track the 300 billion that we all know has been the delivery of Baku. We have to have a watch over that. Second, Africa must continuously call for reform of the global finance architecture so that it will reduce the vulnerabilities rather than deepening it. We don't have to have systems where instead of reducing our vulnerability, we go for instruments that continuously deepen our vulnerabilities. And finally, invest in resilience as an engine of sustainable development. In this case, resources must be directed to African adaptation, renewable energy, climate-smart agriculture, water systems, resilient urban development, and green industrialization. And this must not be just an expense, but it has to be investment for the continent. In conclusion, for Africa, unlocking climate finance is not about charity. It is about justice, implementation, and trust. Credibility of financing for development for COP30 and the multilateral system will be measured by whether finance reaches the communities, ecosystems, and different small stakeholders within our continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my brother, for really giving us that information, which is very useful. And thank you very much for emphasizing Africa's need for fair, predictable, and accessible finance that is aligned to our development realities, which is very, very important. We know we have so many funds, but how do they align with our own development realities that we have on the continent? So thank you very much, really, for that. And now let's go to Mr. Tarie. Mr. Tarie, how can large-scale climate finance platforms accelerate the transition from the pilot instruments to scalable solutions supporting green industrialization and resilience across Africa? How do we move from pilots to this time something bigger at scale so that we can really implement programs? You know that what we have to achieve by 2063, and we don't have to wait until 2063. If we can really solve the problem before that, that would be very useful. So please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Clever Gatete, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. It's also a pleasure to follow the thoughtful interventions of His Excellency Gideon Timotheus, the President-designate of COP32 and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, whose leadership underscores Ethiopia's growing role as a beacon in global climate economic diplomacy. For nearly 2 decades, the CIF has helped countries translate climate ambition into bankable, country-led investment programs that deliver real economic and social returns. With over $13 billion of commitments, which we deploy through multilateral development banks to countries and to private sector to tackle climate challenges while strengthening the country economies. Today, CIF has invested in over 80 countries, and with Africa taking a significant proportion. We've supported governments with scaling clean energy, industry decarbonization, investing in natural capital, climate resilience, and mobilizing private investment. Our role is not simply to finance projects, but to help countries design coherent, system-level investment pathways that deliver climate impact alongside jobs, growth, and economic resilience. And the result is not just climate finance, but climate finance that builds economies and gives countries ownership over their development pathways. What makes this programmatic model that the CIF uses most compelling is that countries engage with CIF through the programmatic approach, gaining more than just finance. They gain technical support to sequence their reforms credibly. We invest collectively with them in building out appropriate policies and regulatory frameworks and support them with convening the multilateral development banks, the other multilateral climate funds, and to make sense of this ever complicated architecture. We help them with building institutional depth to sustain change beyond a single project or even program cycle. And this is why we're able to attract financing at multiples of the commitments which we give. We have a track record of about 1 to 13 mobilized for every dollar of concessional catalytic capital that the CIF funds. Across the continent, CIF's investments in the critical areas of clean energy and infrastructure, nature, and resilience have focused on resiliency through access, diversification, and reliability. We are all keenly aware of the need to act on resilience. Climate impacts are already costing African economies an average of 2 to 5% of their GDP every year. And the current global security or fuel crisis that we find ourselves in is further underscoring the urgent need to transform our energy systems and base them upon clean and reliable renewable sources. We must protect our people and economies, not only against climate shocks, but the economic and supply shocks driven by these climate changes. Increasingly, the evidence is growing that shows that investing in resilience offers economic return. According to the World Resources Institute, they're showing that $1 investment in resilience can yield over $10 in economic return across that economic system. So resilience is about safeguarding food systems, water systems, power supplies, businesses, and jobs. The SIF's groundbreaking pilot program for climate resilience, where we allocated over $1 billion and in concessional funding, including grants and deeply concessional lending, and mobilizing an additional $3 billion from MDBs and other investors. It generated almost over 1 million person-years of employment and added $2 billion in economic value. Even the AFDB championed adaptation benefits mechanism, the first non-market approach to be recorded by the UNFCCC, and which SIF is honored to have supported, puts a measurable and fundable transformative value on resilience. And these are wonderful examples of how African countries are leading in this space. SIF's experience in Africa also underscores a critical lesson in resilience, which is investing in the upstream works. Through early programs in PPCR, this is our pilot program, we help shift countries from a reactive disaster response to planned integrated resilience investments embedded in their national economic planning and systems. In Ethiopia, for example, this included climate-informed water planning in water-stressed basins, helping to reduce long-term fiscal strain. Also, we're supporting Ethiopia with landscape restoration and nature-based solutions that build on Ethiopia's Green Legacy Initiative, another excellent example of a country's coherent platform. Now, what ties these examples together is not the sector, but the approach, and the fact that we're able to provide concessional funding, work with the countries to then extend to additional sources of finance in that coherent system. We've done this in Ethiopia. The same system approach is being used for Kenya's National Climate Finance Coordination Platform. And I'm so happy to see my sister, Minister Arakwiye, here, as we have also supported modules of Rwanda's country platform for climate and development. And what is so excellent about these is the aligning of ministries, environment ministries with finance ministries, with water, energy, partners and finance around a single investment pipeline, reducing fragmentation, improving readiness, and making it so much easier to crowd in public and private capital. These different versions of country platforms are increasingly essential as African governments navigate a complex climate finance landscape, turning their ambition into execution. Ultimately, resilience finance does remain under scale, and it is too often siloed because of how many aspects of the economy that it affects. This is why the SIF has recently launched its next generation resilience program. It's called ARISE, and it stands for Accelerating Resilience Investments and Innovation for Sustainable Economies, placing climate resilience investments firmly in the center of economic stability, livelihoods, and development. ARISE reflects what Africa has already shown us. Resilience works best when it's country-led, integrated across sectors, and designed as part of a broader development system. Let me close with this. The challenges are complex, but they are not insurmountable when national leadership, international finance, and practical knowledge move together. At SIF, we remain committed to being a long-term partner to country systems, both public, private, including the financial system, to support investments that deliver not only climate outcomes, but stronger economies, resilient societies, and sustained development. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for emphasizing the scale, platforms, and transformation. And I must apologize. I think I had referred you as Mr. And usually that's what happens when you moderate after lunch. You always tend to make many mistakes. So I apologize. Thank you so much. Yeah. Now let me now invite the Assistant Secretary General, Thomas Asale, from the World Meteorological Organization to make his statement. Please go ahead.
Repeat my question.
Oh, sorry. He wants me to ask him a question. I told you it's after lunch, so you have to understand that. And now the question is, how can how can climate risk data and early warning systems be better integrated into financial instruments, such as resilience bonds and debt for climate swaps, to attract private investment at scale? Because you cannot do anything without really taking that one into account. Please go ahead.
Thank you, yes, Gratite. And Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and standing on existing protocol. Climate risk data and early warning system can be more effectively integrated into financial instruments by recognizing them as infrastructure rather than just a data. For some of the instruments that we've been talking about in all forums from FFD4, like resilience bonds, debt for climate, or debt for resilience swaps, parametric insurance, sovereign risk pools, and blended finance, the starting point must be credible, timely, and interoperable weather and climate intelligence. The data enables risk to be identified, priced, monitored, and verified. It also underpins objective triggers that are used for some of the instruments that required rapid payout, debt service relief, and contingency financing, and anticipatory action so that shocks can be managed before they escalate into crisis. Let me focus on three practical ways to integrate climate risk data and early warning system into financial instruments. First, pricing and structuring. Climate data must be embedded directly into instruments. Some of the instruments, like the parametric insurance, requires what we call outcome metrics. And these are triggers that are based on weather, extreme weather event, and the impact that really triggers the paid out. For debt swaps and the rest, it also gives the intelligence in terms of the vulnerability of the country and what the savings out of the debt structuring will be used in implementing. So when it comes to contingent financing, and most of finance ministries, and excuse me here, see climate finance as an appendix. But contingent financing allows you to draw down finance without struggling and looking for reallocations where resources will come when extreme weather event happens. And most of the times we have not planned for it, and therefore our response are not effective. But if we use our climate and early warning system intelligence very well, we will be able to take proactive action. The second ones are triggers and execution. So, like I said, the payouts for parametric insurance, and for parametric insurance, our own ACT, the African Risk Capacity, actually does some of this. I can also mention what we UNICEF called the UNICEF Today and Tomorrow. About 6 African countries were put on cyclone parametric insurance, and I think Mozambique was one of the first beneficiaries. So this really is based on the cyclone wind speed, which is really provided through the WMO data. And so that is an objective science-based data that is verifiable, and then the insurance company then makes the payout. And I think ARC also used the same system as well, and they've used that for some African countries on drought as well, Niger, Senegal, and some other countries. So this also helps in anticipatory action, because you are able to get a warning and make a preparatory action before the extreme event really gets out of hand. The third one has to do with our ministries of finance. And here I will plead that the ministries of finance, together with the ministry that are responsible for climate action or response, work together. Because the ministries of finance need that climate risk data to quantify contingent liabilities. We are moving from the traditional public financial management to what we call now as resilient public financial management system. It's able to anticipate extreme weather and all other unforeseen events that really we can plan into our public financial management system. What happens is that it makes the public financial management system resilient. It's also a sort of action to ensure that fiscal policy is resilient and also is part of sovereign risk management. It also improves the sovereign risk profile of countries when they are actually sourcing such finance. And therefore, I think it behoves on our public financial management not to see climate finance as an appendix or something in isolation, but integrate that into the public financial management system, because some of these actions also require some confidence and trust in the system. If you are going to have a debt swap, the donor or the creditor want to be sure that the savings out of the structuring will be used for intended purpose. Not that they don't have the trust in us, but they don't have trust in our efficiency to deliver. So they want the savings to be delivered, to be used for delivery. And that is the reason why the status quo PFM system will not work. And that it will be difficult to have a debt swap system when that confidence and structuring mechanism are not there. Also, I must add that beside this, there's a rhetorical question that I want to ask. We've been talking about all these instruments, yet our thinking is on the traditional grant funding mechanism. And we're hoping that we will not be calling this innovative finance. It will become a new financing mechanism to our old grant financing mechanism. But the grant financing mechanism really is not going to be sustainable and it's not going to work. But at the same time, we know that the continent is overburdened with debt. In 2026, 90 billion payout in terms of debt, external debt servicing will happen on this continent. But we also know that 1.2 trillion assets under management is on the continent. Why is it that the institutional investors, our pension fund and the rest, who control this $1.2 trillion of assets, will not lend to the government? And we look to external source. If we have a resilient PFM system that ensures that there would be, this will be paid as they are due, I think that it will be cheaper than going to the Euro market or the external market, because for countries in this continent that went to the Euro market just before the COVID, we know what has happened to those countries having debt sustainability issues that they could not manage, and for which we are not, there's no more HIPIC anymore, no debt relief. Even if they pause it, you will still pay. And so we need to look at a coherent system, but this must be informed by climate and weather system intelligence, because if we don't do that, we'll be paying for perception, but not underlying facts. And investors will price perception, and the same thing you have actually with rating companies as well. But this is also important for climate finance. If the underlying science and data do not really, is not the one informing the pricing of these products, then I'm sorry, we'll be paying for perception, and that will be expensive. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, my brother. You've already so much. Indeed, you need early warning system. You need information. You need data. And that helps you in terms of actually negotiating your insurance. And preparation becomes very important before the extreme weather kicks in. And this is very, very important because what you do before the extreme weather helps you in terms of preparing to minimize the risks that would happen if the extreme weather kicks in. And this is coming at a time, as you mentioned, our debt level now on the continent is 64%. And our domestic resources really don't match that. We are 16% tax to GDP ratio, which is low by any standard, compared, for example, to Europe, the EU, which is at 34%. So we are still very low by any standards that you can imagine. And that's why you mentioned the issue of credibility. For we are borrowing now from international financial institutions, we are borrowing from private sector. Paris Club is no longer working, aid has declined, and now concessional loans are also very scarce. And the only thing that can give you cheap money is your credit rating. But unfortunately, on the African continent, we had a few weeks ago 3 countries that were investment grade. Now there are 2. It's now Morocco and Mauritius, because Botswana has just been downgraded. And we still have 19 countries that have not been rated, and that one is really very serious. So we are trying to see how to help the countries so that they can borrow cheaply, and that's the issue that you are talking about. So when you add perception to the actual risk, then it becomes very serious. And so we cannot ignore that factor. So thank you very much. And now let's come to civil society. The civil society, we have Mr. Mwenda, who is also going to tell us, who is from the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, who is also going to tell us from the civil society perspective. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Moderator, allow me to stand on the existing protocol. I also expected a question, but now that you have allowed me to just talk about anything, I will just respond to what the previous speakers have mentioned. So here, if
Mr. Mwenda, in addition to speaking on everything, of course, because you are the last one, you are free to say on anything. But specifically, how can Africa alleviate climate finance justice? Because we've been talking about it, by ensuring transparent, equitable, and accountable use of both domestic and international resources. And then you can add there anything.
Thank you, Chair. So I was saying I will talk about everything and anything because listening to His Excellency Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia and the Minister from Rwanda, Excellency, and the chief and all the speakers, there is one thing I've seen here in common, that they are helping us as civil society as advocates of climate justice. Because climate justice is exactly what they have talked about. Really, how do we ensure that money, finance, reaches the communities at the front line? That's smallholder farmers, that's women at very local level, that young people, people living with disabilities, those who are actually at the front line when it happens. And so, then looking at that, then why then do we need to move there? We ask the question which you have asked, then we ask ourselves, there are discussions on in the UNFCCC process. But the question of then climate finance justice must address in 3 very fundamental problems which we have to address. First and foremost, the slow dilution of the CBDRC, common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities of countries under Article 3 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which really safeguarded the voices and the vulnerability of Africa. You know, this was watered down during the Paris Agreement. So that now, instead of countries being seen as differentiated, we were told we are equal and we have equal responsibility. So that is one. The other one is the unjust transfer of burdens. So who is going to carry the burdens? This is an issue of procedural and distributive justice. And then thirdly, a climate finance system structured around donor priorities. So it is whoever comes, he who pays calls the piper. And this is actually what we have been really seeing in all countries. So how do we then change? So here then is what we need to do, in my view. First, we must reclaim the CBDRC, and under the Paris Agreement, then, those who contributed most to the crisis and who have the greatest capacity must do the most. But what do we then see in practice? It has been outlined that finance comes as loans instead of grants. And this is actually what is happening if you listen to the chair of African Group and His Excellency the Minister. Commitments that are unpredictable and insufficient. I want to give you an example. During the Africa Climate Summit 1, there were pledges and commitments of 26 billion US dollars. By the time we went to Africa Climate Summit 2, we did the stock take with the African Union. We realized that, in fact, we could not quantify what was delivered. So these are just examples of really where we are, that we have even 100 billion US dollars up to 2020. It's questionable what was delivered. Even as an African activist, I cannot tell you. Then thirdly is a system that increasingly expects Africa to co-finance its own survival. We are dying, but we are told we have to put money into it. I think this is a contradiction, and we need to address that. And so, then, if then we have to say that as African actors, we must insist that CBDR RC translates to one, public grant-based finance at scale, especially for adaptation. My friend from one meteorological organization, I think us could be having a different idea, but we really need to have a conversation among ourselves in Africa. So what does that mean in practice? Then clear delivery pathways, not recycled pledges. So every time we have pledge after pledge, but it's never delivered. And then thirdly, recognition that development and climate justice are inseparable. This is very important. So secondly, Africa is carrying a burden it did not create. So we are carrying other people's debt. And the continent is being asked to decarbonize faster than its development stage allows. I think we have a lot of differences, tensions about what that means, but really we need to define it as Africa through the concept of climate justice. We also asked to absorb climate shocks we did not cause. And finally, navigate complex financing systems designed elsewhere. So the concept of the reforms which we are going through, particularly in Africa, is very important. We need to contextualize, not universalize, because what is defined in US, Europe, do not fit into African context. Those are imperatives of climate justice. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing a transfer of finance, institutional and political burdens to least responsible and most vulnerable regions. And it happens at a time when, as you know, over 630 million Africans still lack electricity. And this is very important at this era. Economies are constrained by debt and limited fiscal space. It has been repeated here. And the climate impacts are intensifying across agriculture, water, and health system. So then, the question is not whether Africa should act because we already are acting and we are doing more. The question is, why is Africa being asked to carry a disproportionate share of the cost? So we need to rebalance. And that rebalancing means, one, scaling concessional and grant finance, not debt. We need not to be really of abandonment. Two, simplifying access. So countries spend less time applying, more time delivering. So this is, again, very important. And then thirdly, ensuring that global rules on energy, on trade, and on carbon do not lock Africa into disadvantage, because that is what is happening. Look at the trade rules like CBAM in Europe and those others locking Africa. So the third point, moderator, is we must anchor climate finance in needs. The current system allocates finance based on what is bankable. I'm not criticizing my chief colleague who is sitting next to me. It's low risk, so we need to define what that bankable is, because it has different meanings. It's low risk, or what fits donor priorities. That will never deliver justice in our view, and a needs-based approach starts from a different place. One, what does it take for African countries to adapt, build resilience, and develop? So those three should go hand in hand. Two, what does it take to protect livelihoods in agriculture, in water, and in informal economies, which are common in the African countries? This is why Africa must push, one, a needs-based climate finance approach under the quantum, and two, as mentioned, NCQG, new collective quantified goals, which was very controversial in Baku, but we agreed on $300 billion quantum. Wherever this is going to be agreed 1.3 trillion, I think that is where Ethiopia now plays a very important role. I think we need, as Africa, to speak with one voice.
So
two,
can you try to wrap up?
Yes, I'm concluding now. In fact, in 3 seconds. Alignment of finance with the national priorities, not donor priorities, and direct access for communities and local institutions, especially women and grassroots actors. As far as we are concerned, climate justice is not measured in dollars approved. No. It is measured in the lives that have been improved and risks that have been reduced. Thank you, moderator. So if you allow me, I can talk to others, but I can stop there. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Amanda. And that's why next time I think we'll give you a special session, because you're bringing us to reality. And the points he's making are very important. I remember when I started as a Minister of Finance, and I was in the World Bank buildings, and we had a meeting and we were talking about the 100 billion that we were promised. And then I went back home and I said, we are rich, we are getting money. And then they say, how is it going to be delivered? I said, through the financial institutions and through the climate funds. And then they waited, I negotiated, I tried everything. I didn't get much. And that's why really he's mentioning that whatever is promised, is it delivered? Do we see the money? Is it really what we see? And that's where the problem is. And if the money is delivered, what's the mechanism of how to access it? With every climate fund having their own processes, their own procedures, which are not the same, that every country must conform to. And this is an issue that we are discussing with them to make sure that we can simplify it, have one that applies to all of them. And this will be very, very helpful. So thank you very much, really, for bringing us to that level. And as I promised now, I go to our colleague, Mr. Merchant. I told you is the director for and head of Africa at Convergence Blended Finance, and just for him to take us back to the Sevilla platform of action on unlocking finance for climate resilience and sustainable development. Please, before we go to the next session of the people who are going to give us money, just please give us a statement and guide us as we open up now for the real money that is going to come. Not promises this time. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Great. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, ministers, excellencies, it's wonderful to be here with all of you. I know it's late into the evening, so I'm going to keep my remarks brief, but I'm going to start with some good news and some bad news. And the good news is, and we've heard some of this through the day, we're here to talk about money, we're here to talk about finance. We don't have to manufacture this finance. The financing exists Global financial assets are estimated to be around $482 trillion. This is in the private markets and public markets. But only 4 to 5% of that is invested in low and middle income countries. And a very, very small subset of that flows to Africa. Now, last time I checked, the SDG funding gap in Africa was between $1.3 to $1.6 trillion. Here in Africa, the total assets under management amongst our pension funds, our sovereign wealth funds, our insurance companies are around $2.1 trillion. So what we need to ask ourselves is, how do we bring that money that's sitting on the sidelines, that's invested in public equities, real estate, government bonds, how do we bring all of that money into productive investments aligned towards the SDGs? Risk and return is the paradigm along which investors make capital allocation decisions. We can think about it however we want. When you talk to pension funds on the ground, investors, venture capital funds, not just in Africa, but even abroad, they are focused on risk-adjusted returns. That's the name of the game. We might disagree with that, but that's the reality. So what do we need to do? We have no choice but to blend. And what does that mean? We've heard this term being used throughout the day. So what does it mean to blend? What is blended finance? It is the use of development funding from climate investment funds, for example, or the Gates Foundation, or the government of Ghana's own balance sheet. But it's the use of development funding from public and or philanthropic funders on concessional terms to mobilize that private capital that I was talking about on market terms into various different geographies and sectors that we all care about. The use of that development funding is to alter that risk-return ratio. How do we shift risks and or mitigate risks and on the other side enhance returns? That is what we are looking to do through this financial structuring approach. Now, we were all in Sevilla last June. We had an outcome document from the last financing for development process, and it had a very, very strong emphasis on blended finance and mobilization. It's nice to have an outcome document, but how do we translate that into something tangible and actionable, actually change the architecture as we're doing all of this? At Convergence, the organization that I work with, which was set up by the government of Canada, we've determined that the landscape is too fragmented. If you go to, if you went to Rwanda back in the day or other countries, you'll see different ODA governments implementing different priorities on the ground. What we're proposing is how do we make sure that we coordinate all of these donors so that they're all able to allocate their concessional capital in a targeted manner. All of the official development assistance OECD members coming together, all of our own governments here with our own limited balance sheets coming together and saying, these are our priorities, and this is how we're going to allocate capital. Also, if you look at blended transactions over the last 10 years across the world, it's too fragmented, too many small transactions, too many bespoke structuring models. We are not primed to scale, and investors that we're looking to mobilize want scale, they want plain vanilla instruments. So we've got a mismatch between how we're operating and what real commercial investors need. And ultimately, as I said, whether we like it or not, we need their money. So at Convergence last year at FFD, we mapped out 12 different models of mobilizing finance. Whether you think about increasing the number of viable projects, pipeline development, to mitigating FX risk, to rethinking the domestic financial sector, transactions at a portfolio level, changing credit risk, and so on and so forth. We've got a blueprint or a model that solves for that. So what we're proposing is any new blended transaction that we have needs to meet one of these criteria, because if not, we are not going to scale and we're not going to be able to mobilize at the levels that we need. And I'll leave you with one example. This is not a slide in a UN conference center. This is an example of a transaction that's funding projects in Malawi, Chad, Burkina Faso, Egypt, and that is supporting communities on the ground. And if, as Executive Secretary mentioned, there's only 2 countries in Africa that have an investment grade rating. You talk to any private investor, they need some sort of a triple B minus rating or above. So what do? We need to blend and we need to have a portfolio approach. And so this is an example of a large transaction, $800 million, called Climate Investor One, that had 3 different pillars of funding. They developed a development fund capitalized by donors that was used to prepare quality projects. And once those quality projects were prepared, they had a 3-tier blended construction equity fund that Mabel was able to mobilize institutional capital and DFI capital on commercial terms because it had a blend from Japan, from Canada, from Germany, from France, from the UK, and others. And that reduced the cost of capital for those transactions on the ground. And those transactions would not have gotten off the ground without that. And once those transactions have a power purchase agreement, they are spitting out cash flows. You can easily refinance them. You don't need any concessional money. So we need to be imaginative. We need to be creative. But the most important theme of today and for the next couple of days is we need to work together to coordinate. We need a partnership-based approach. That's what I'm here to advocate for. And I'm here to say it is happening. It has happened. We just need to learn about best practices and see how we can reimagine it for Africa. Thank you very much. And I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Samachant. And I think you mentioned the point which is very important. Sometimes we want money, but every donor comes in under different conditions and they support areas which they choose. And what is very important is for the government to organize itself. You have your vision, you have your long-term strategy, you need to come up with your program. And then we bring all of them together and say, here is my program. What can you finance? And then from there, we can hold each other accountable if you deliver on your part, as government is delivering on their part. And I think this is very critical. If you don't have a program that is very clear, that really indicates the impact, then sometimes you don't get the impact that you aspire. So really thank you very much for this very important contribution. So now I want to thank really our panelists here and really for the job well done. Now the next session will be for money. We want to make sure that this time with the ones who are here, the panelists, can go back to their seats, except the Minister of Foreign Affairs, of course, and our chair. And then from there, we are going to call a new team to come forward. These are the people who are bringing the money or they are bringing hope, either one of them. We are to have the Minister of Finance of Zimbabwe, Professor Ntuli Nkube, but he's still stuck in the cabinet. He's still being grilled in the cabinet, and he's going to be replaced by Joseph Muverecha, the chief director, not the director, chief director of economic affairs, who is going to be online. And then we have also from the African Union Commission, it's going to be represented by the principal advisor to the commissioner, Department of Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals. It's quite a big one. Jean-Bertrand Azapmu. And then we have the Director, Governance and Economic Reforms, Department, Africa Development Bank, Abdrai Kolibare, who has been here and very much supportive. And then you have the Executive Director, International Monetary Fund, Mr. Regis Sonde, who actually in his custody has more than 20 countries that he's representing at the International Monetary Fund. And then you have the Chief Executive Officer, Starling One Foundation, Mr. Ibekwe, who is also going to be one of the panelists. And these are the people who are telling us how to get the money that has been promised. Yeah, how are you? Yeah. Yes, yeah, thank you very much. I think we can start. Now we have the entire team here. And these are the people who are going to get us to tell us where the money is and where to get it and how to get it. So we start with usually the Minister of Finance, the man who was seasoned, who has worked as a chief economist in the African Development Bank, and now has been a long-term finance minister in Zimbabwe, but is now being replaced by Joseph Muverecha. I don't know whether he's going to fit in his shoes, but we believe that the people, if they call you a chief director, you must be someone who has been advising the minister and also who understands better than the minister. So he's the one that is going to take us through, and especially trying to see how we can mobilize the domestic resources that we have been talking about. Now, Mr. Joseph, how can African governments simultaneously strengthen domestic resource mobilization while protecting long-term climate and domestic investments, especially in a context of constrained fiscal space and rising debt service pressures? I don't know if you can hear you online. Please go ahead if you can hear us. So Joseph, are you there? Mr. Joseph? Yeah, well, as he still adjusts his online technology, I think maybe we can go to the next one, who is Jean Bertrand. Bertrand, I think, thank you very much really for being here, Your Excellency. How can Africa operationalize a coherent continental framework linking climate finance with green industrialization and regional value chains under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area while ensuring delivery on global financing commitments? Please go ahead.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency, the Executive Secretary of UNECA. Let me begin by thanking the organizer for inviting the African Union Commission, the Department of ATIM, to join this very important panel. Let me also convey the apologies of Her Excellency Francisca Tacho Belobe, our Commissioner, who was not able to attend this important engagement due to the African Union G20 retreat, which is taking place in Malabo. Let me now turn to the question addressed to me, that is how to operationalize a coherent continental framework linking climate finance with green industrialization, regional value chains on the AFCFTA while ensuring delivery on global financing commitment. Now, this is a very loaded question, which brings together a number of issues that are critical to Africa's development. The first issue is climate finance, and I'm not going to spend too much time on the challenges the continent faces, the gaps. We've heard quite a lot about them. But what I'm going to say is we actually have goal 7 of Agenda 2063, the first aspiration, which is environmentally sustainable and climate resilient economies and communities. And the idea here is to enhance resilience to climate change and disaster risk for sustainable and socio-economic development on the continent. So you can see this is very much aligned with our strategic objectives. Then the second issue is industrialization and value chains, which are central pillars of a African Union structural transformation agenda. Aspiration 1 of Agenda 2063 on prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development relies on 2 main interventions. First, industrialization, and the second is development of value chains. Now, this is very important because of the global imbalances that the continent continues to face. The share of the continent's global trade, less than 3%, the share of manufactured value added, which is less than 2%. What is very interesting with this question is that it links climate finance and industrialization and value chain, which is structural transformation. So we are no longer looking at climate finance in isolation, but we are looking at it in the context of the overall structural transformation of the continent. And this is where it becomes very interesting. So how do we operationalize such a framework? The very first thing is the recognition, as I said, that there is a strong linkage between climate financing and structural transformation. I think previous speakers have also emphasized this point, because for too long we have juxtaposed the two, which are actually mutually reinforcing and can help make the case for Africa playing a more proactive and greater role in championing green industrialization and the green energy transition. The second thing is going beyond climate financing. We also need to look at new forms of financing. This includes looking at how do we use some of the debts that countries are experiencing to finance not just climate change, but also structural transformation on the continent. How do we use the reform of international financial architecture as a lever to unlock climate financing, and in so doing support industrialization of the continent? How do we use, this morning there was a conversation about philanthropic funds, but we also need to look at diaspora investments. Remittances have become one of the important sources of financing development on the continent. There was also a mention about investable assets, not just held by pension funds, but also by African high net worth individuals. How do we tap into those? Then the third issue is integrating all these various initiative and frameworks under the AU umbrella. And this is Agenda 2063, looking at a number of key initiatives such as the African Green Industrialization Initiative, which actually aims to harness Africa's comparative advantage, including vast renewable energy resources and critical minerals, which are essential for the global energy transition. But as I said, as we look into green industrialization, it becomes something meaningful for the continent because it can actually support intra-African trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The fourth thing, and I'll be left with two, would be institutional strengthening and coordination to enhance inclusive and effective multi-stakeholders, consultations and dialogue at all levels. This includes national levels. We heard some examples from Uganda, some very constructive examples from Rwanda also. At the African Union level, we need to accelerate work on the current ongoing reform process, especially the work on the division of labor, with a view to leveraging the strengths of our various institutions. There was a discussion about clarification of roles and responsibility. This is very important going forward. At the international level, coordination should be guided by the principle of equal and respectful partnership, as emphasized by the deputy chairperson this morning. And here we need to commend the current college-to-college between the African Union and the United Nations. We believe this is a framework that should be copied in the cooperation between the African Union and other organizations. Then the roles of African financing institutions, implementing institutions, as well as African private sector champions, because we do not envisage a continent that grows without its own private sector champions. Second to last is accelerating African regional integration and common climate change related policies. Now, we need to move quickly to transition towards a customs union in order to adopt unified and binding approaches in areas such as carbon trading, trade agreements with third countries, as well as access to African critical minerals. This is because we recognize that national initiative on their own will not be able to protect the continent or help mobilize the resources that are needed for green industrialization. We also need to accelerate and expand the implementation of investment incentives under the African Continental Free Trade Area Protocol on Investment. This is very important because it will help strengthen the linkage between trade, climate change, and industrialization. Finally, we need a result-oriented approach led by African institutions and supported by strong accountability mechanisms. Here we see a critical role for the African peer review mechanism, as it is already doing some work in terms of monitoring governance and political and economic governance, as well as corporate governance on the continent. Let me close with this. Development is a multidimensional, multi-sectoral endeavor, which should be looked into from a holistic perspective. Hence, climate finance should become part of the equation, just like new innovative forms of development finance should be integrated into the conversation. I thank you very much for the opportunity and look forward to the interactions with the audience.
So, thank you very much, Principal Advisor Jean-Bertrand, for really those useful points, especially mentioning that for Africa to grow, we need industrialization, and we need green industrialization. And to achieve that, you have to do it to apply the regional value chains, so that this time you can have the special economic zones, the risk, and bring in the private sector to supplement our own resources. And most importantly is to trade in Africa, because with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area now that has been endorsed, now we are seeing there is some bit of progress. We used to be stuck in terms of intra-Africa trade between 14 to 15%, and now it's going to 17%. And we are seeing signs that are really telling us that we need to do more, especially the trade tariffs that we have seen, the Middle East crisis that we are seeing, and that's why we need to do things differently so that we can take advantage of our biggest market on the globe. So thank you very much for that. So now let's go to the Africa Development Bank. The director, Koribari Adebayo, we have seen and we've heard that the Africa Development Bank is championing the Africa financial architecture. We had the global financial architecture, which we are trying to reform, and now we are having the Africa financial architecture. We want to know how these reforms, how to reform that, and also the sovereign credit systems, and also how this one is going to reduce the cost of capital that we are seeing on the continent. The cost of capital sometimes can be based on the reality, but sometimes can also be based on the perception. And that's why the credit rating has been very useful. The work that we are doing together with the Africa Development Bank and UNDP to make sure that we can help the member countries and remove this kind of perception. Please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Merci. Je parle en français.
I'm speaking French, so I guess I hope the interpretation is there. This is an important question, and before answering specifically to this question, there are two figures I'd like to recall. The first one is recalling the cost of funding, which is high at the international level, especially for capitals for African economies. This is the case of the zero bond. If you look at the average per country, the profit is higher than 5%, others at 10% compared to the high advanced economies and other emerging economies in the region. The cost at 1 to 2%. So there's a big difference in terms of cost on financing between the African economies and other economies. I think there's a figure which was mentioned by UNDP, which shows us this globally. UNDP looked at $24,000. There's a flexibility in a credit rating in African economies when we look at the markets. I think that, just as you said, Chair, Moderator, there are different points that enable us to highlight this matter. there are three items I'm looking at. The first one is what you talked about, that is concessional financing. We at FDB, we think that we need to continue intensifying this. The second point is the issue related to the data architecture and the credit rating system. This is a point which is also important. And concerning the first point that you raised, in the bank, we think that we should find African solutions. That's why the president of the AFDB, Dr. has launched a new financial architecture, which we call NAFA. Now, concerning the first point, which is the need to continue improving and strengthening concessional financing, we think that the bank has said many times, and the institutions have mentioned it, we need to reattach the TS in regional banks, including the African Development Bank. We should continue supporting the reconstitution of funds like the African Development Fund through the World Bank. These are concession funds which enable us to mobilize resources which are cheaper. That's concerning the concession financing, which we should continue strengthening. Concerning the debt architecture and the credit rating system, for us, we think that this is a system that doesn't function well. We should continue improving it and consider the time frame and the public debt restructuring so that countries can be more transparent and try to undertake debt realignment, as we saw earlier. Even if there is progress, there are many challenges that we still face in this area, and things need to be improved. I think the point that you raised, which to me to be important, is the issue on the credit rating of African economies. This system doesn't reflect the reality. African countries, as I said earlier on, when they go to the market, these countries mobilize resources at rates that do not reflect reality and their levels of risk. So the bank supports them, supports the EU in establishing the African Credit Rating Agency. We were working closely with it, and we think it's important to ensure that that system is operational as quickly as possible. Concerning Africa as a continent, I think that what the president of the bank said it right. There are many resources on the continent which are not used enough and which are not used in the best way for projects which are considered as being the most profitable projects for our economies with regard to the needs of the continent. That's why the bank, in partnership with other African institutions, has launched a new African financial architecture as presented here in Addis Ababa in February, and during 2 weeks in Abidjan. This fund was launched. This financing architecture is a transformative framework designed by Africa to mobilize national capitals at a large scale and strengthen financial sovereignty and be able to bridge the gap in terms of funding at the continental level. So when it comes to financing, this is a way of transforming of the economies of our countries. The aim here is to establish an avenue where we finance our development using this modality in collaboration and in coherence with the leadership of our economies. Chair, those are the few items I wanted to talk about, and I thank you to be able to answer specifically to your question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The whole idea is that we are all keeping our sovereign wealth funds abroad. We are keeping our central bank reserves abroad. We are keeping our pensions abroad in the AAA rating organizations, including the RAM program of the World Bank. And what we are saying is that once you put all the resources that are kept abroad together, they are more than 4 trillion. And with that money, if you can get a share of that to be kept on the continent to, for example, Africa Development Bank, which is also a triple A rating organization, this money can be reinvested in the normal way that the Africa Development Bank lends to African countries. They have a certain window, concessional window. They have another one for the private sector. And these resources really can be invested and followed up by our professional financial institutions of the Africa Development Bank. That's the whole idea. But how do you do it? How do you structure it? How do you convince that this money should be kept on the continent? So this has been this would be very helpful. And we are happy that the Africa Development Bank is leading this process, working with other development financial institutions and ourselves to make sure that we have this facility realized. So really, thank you so much. And next now we go to the executive director that is representing over 20 countries in the IMF. Dr. Sonde Regis is the executive director in the International Monetary Fund. You know that among the resources that we get that supporting our member countries, they include the World Bank, but also the International Monetary Fund, which also does the surveillance of how our economies are doing so that they are not kind of risky. So now, Mr. Sonde, executive director from the IMF, and from your own perspective, what are the 1 or 2 concrete changes the IMF can make within its existing mandate and instruments to unlock significantly more climate and development finance for African countries without worsening the debt vulnerabilities? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Undersecretary General. Let me first thank you for the invitation to this very important forum, and also express my appreciation to the African Union and the Economic Commission for Africa for making space for this very important discussion on climate finance, which is very critical. Just a small correction, Undersecretary General. I now represent 17 countries at the IMF Executive Board since the creation of the 3rd chair for Sub-Saharan Africa at the board. So we have to divide among 3 instead of 2. So I represent 17 countries, a little bit less than 20. In responding to your question, Undersecretary General, I would like to say this. First and foremost, the IMF should and can leverage its existing instruments intended to help countries meet the long-term challenges such as climate change and pandemic preparedness, the resilience and sustainability facilities. This is a facilities that was introduced in 2022 as a way to help countries meet long-term challenges I just mentioned, while preserving their sustainability. This is a genuinely good instrument as it helped meet those objectives because RSF disbursements are highly concessional. They present a 20-year maturity, 10.5-year grace period during which countries do not repay the principal, and the interest rate is affordable with a margin slightly over the SDR rate. So this is a generally good instrument. The problem, because there is a problem, is that the RSF uptake has been very slow. At the inception of the instrument, there were 143 countries worldwide that were eligible to the RSF. After 4 years of implementation, only 27 countries around the world have benefited from the instrument, among which 16 African countries. So do the calculations, we have less than 20% of the countries eligible that have benefited from the instrument, and less than 1/3 of African economies that have benefited from the same instrument. So there is a need to step up the uptake. One requirement to benefit from the RSF is to have a fund-supported program, what we commonly call an upper credit tranche arrangement the IMF. You have heard of the extended credit facilities, the extended fund facilities. So one way to accelerate access to the RSF is to lift this requirement for a number of countries, especially those countries that have very strong economic fundamentals, that have robust policy frameworks, so that do not need typically structural balance of payment needs. So for those countries, there is a need really to lift, I believe, this requirement. This will help accelerate access to the RSF. But accelerating access to the RSF will not be sufficient if we want to provide adequate resources to meet the climate challenges. So we need to make sure that the RSC, the Resilient and Sustainability Trust, that finance the RSF disbursement is adequately resourced, adequately financed. This is typically done with voluntary contributions by donor countries, but in the current junctures of tight budget pressures in advanced countries, the contributions will not be forthcoming. So we need to do more, to think outside the box. One way to finance the RSC in these current junctures is to transfer the income or dividend that member countries receive from the GRA, the General Resource Account, which is the main resource account of the fund. Transfer this income or dividend to the RST, as is currently being done for the PRGT. This will be budget neutral for the countries. Of course, these resources are member countries' resources, money, but it will be budget neutral, and the countries will be lending those dividends or incomes to the fund, to the RSC. And of course, complementary actions to be made to really make sure that the RSC has adequate resources, also to use potentially, I believe this is a viable solution, to use partial gold sales of the fund. At times in the past, in the history, the fund has sold part of its sales to make sure that it has adequate resources to meet particularly challenging circumstances. So the sales of gold could be a stable, predictable way for the fund to finance its RSC. The second practical step that the fund can take is to make sure that it really incorporate in its debt sustainability framework, which is the joint framework for low-income countries joined with the World Bank, to make sure that those two institutions better take into account the difference between the debt that is used to finance clean energy or climate resilience. Those debts, those financings are really macro-critical because they yield significant economic returns. They help reduce fiscal risk stemming from the climate change challenge. And they help, of course, enhance climate resilience. As opposed to debt that is used, that is mobilized to, for example, cover budget shortfalls. So we need to recognize the difference between these two types of debt. And the fund and the World Bank are currently reviewing their debt sustainability framework for low-income countries. And this is the opportunity for the two institutions to better take into account this difference between these two types of financing. So recognizing this difference will help countries mobilize more financing, more borrowing, to meet the climate change challenges while sustaining their debt, while not fearing for the risk to see their risk of debt distress deteriorated. And if you allow, Under Secretary General, I would like to mention quickly a third critical practical steps that the fund can use. I have heard from the previous panel that countries can use country platforms to advance peer learning and to mobilize really significant international climate finance. Well, the fund can also help on this endeavor. The fund can use its convening power, its catalytic role, as we say, to help mobilize crowding additional financial support for countries in their fight against climate change risk. The fund can better use its flagship, the World Economic Outlook, the Global Financial Stability Report, or the Fiscal Monitor, which are the main publications of the fund, to continuously make the case on the need to help countries meet their climate challenge. The fund can use also its bilateral surveillance product, the Article 4 consultations, to make the case for more international finance to help countries, specific countries, to meet this challenge of climate change. So these are the three actions, practical, concrete actions I can think of for the fund to meet the challenge, the challenge of helping countries meet the climate risk. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So thank you very much, Executive Director. And now they know where to go. They know where to find you. You are representing us in the IMF, and they can talk to you privately if they want more money, but there are facilities that can really help in terms of financing. So thank you very much, really, for those three specific facilities that can help our own countries. Now, let me turn to philanthropy, and now I want to invite our sister, Ms. Ibekwe, of the Starting One Foundation. What role can philanthropic and non-state actors play in strengthening accountability and mobilizing partnerships so that finance effectively translates into development outcomes?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Clever Gatete, the Executive Secretary of ACA. And I must also sincerely appreciate everyone in the room, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At the Sterling One Foundation, which is a private foundation working out of Lagos, Nigeria, with scope across the continent, we are positioned as catalysts for mobilizing multi-level, multi-sectoral partnerships for the acceleration of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we work with the public sector, the private sector, and the United Nations system for this purpose. And we co-convene the Africa Social Impact Summit with the UN system and the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, the Office of the Vice President in Nigeria, for this purpose. Now, on our conversation today, the continent receives approximately $40 to $45 billion annually in climate finance, only about a quarter of what is required, while over 80% of this remains public finance, with private capital contributing just over 20%. So when we talk about unlocking finance, I think we need to unlock more private capital for this purpose. So I will be providing my submissions wearing a private sector hat because I think we need to unlock more from private players within the continent. Now, from a private sector perspective, Africa must fundamentally redesign how climate finance is structured if it is to unlock capital at the scale required. Capital is not absent, and I think Mr. Marchant echoed this sentiment also. Global and domestic pools are deep, but it is highly selective. It flows to clarity, to bankable pipelines. It flows to environments where risk is understood and properly managed. Today, too many climate opportunities in Africa do not meet these conditions. And I think that's our first challenge. Africa must therefore build integrated climate financing systems that speak the language of investors. This means moving beyond fragmented interventions toward coordinated national platforms that aggregate demand, standardize project preparation, and provide visibility and transparency on pipelines. Investors do not fund intentions. They fund structured opportunities with predictable returns and managed risks. Encouragingly, early models are emerging. Nigeria is demonstrating how domestic capital markets can activate through sovereign green bonds and climate investment platforms. South Africa is also showing how large-scale programmatic approaches, such as its energy transition plan, can attract millions in blended finance. Kenya and Rwanda, and it was a fantastic presentation earlier by the minister from Rwanda, they are strengthening governance, transparency, and delivery systems, which are critical for sustained investor confidence. Egypt is also demonstrating how well-structured platforms can crowd in global capital by building projects into investable portfolios. Africa must now move beyond isolated national successes and begin to connect these efforts into a coherent continental financing ecosystem. This requires closing three persistent gaps: significantly increasing private sector participation, scaling adaptation finance in line with Africa's vulnerability, and ensuring a more equitable distribution of finance across countries. Also, from where the private sector sits, three constraints remain clear. First, there is a pipeline problem. So there are funds, and these are some of the experiences we have had. We've seen funds, but the projects that can access those funds are non-existent. Too few projects reach bankability. Africa must industrialize project preparation, developing standardized templates, funding feasibility work, and aggregating smaller projects into scalable portfolios. Second, there is a risk allocation problem. Many climate investments in Africa carry real and perceived risks: currency volatility, policy uncertainty, and long payback periods. Public and concessional capital, including philanthropic capital, must be used far more strategically to absorb early risk guarantees, first loss instruments, and hedging mechanisms. We are doing some of these already in Sterling One Foundation, but our call today is for this to scale beyond isolated successes. This is what unlocks institutional capital. Third, there is a market access challenge. Even where capital exists within pension funds, financial institutions, asset managers, it is not always channeled into climate assets. Regulatory frameworks, incentives, and credible investment vehicles must be aligned to unlock domestic capital. Africa must therefore unlock these hundreds of millions and billions of dollars in assets at scale. With the right regulatory frameworks, risk-sharing mechanisms, and investment vehicles, such as green bonds and blended finance platforms that are scalable, this capital can be redirected into climate-resilient infrastructure, clean energy, and sustainable development. Ultimately, Africa must shift from fragmentation to integration, from public dependence to private sector-led investment, and from incremental progress to systemic transformation. The foundations are already being laid across the continent. The imperative now is to scale, connect, coordinate, accelerate these efforts so that climate finance can flow into billions, but at the trillions required to secure Africa's resilient and prosperous future. I thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I can't summarize that. It is so good, but what I heard is that we need bankable projects. If you are not ready, if you don't have the framework, if you don't have bankable projects, it doesn't matter how much money you need, you not get it easily. So I think what she said is very, very, very clear. Now let's go back again to Zimbabwe. And I hope Joseph is now online. Joseph, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Excellencies, distinguished guests, all protocols observed.
So thank you very much. So now, Joseph, we know that we have been told that you are one of the most experienced chief director advising the minister and the government. And the people here, the audience is asking, how can African governments simultaneously strengthen domestic resource mobilization while protecting long-term climate and development investments, especially in a context of constrained fiscal space and rising debt service pressures? I'm sure you are feeling that pressure of fiscal space and the pressures to pay the debt. And in that case, how do you mobilize the resources as well, which requires also money? Please go ahead. Joseph, can you hear us? You know, with finance ministry, when he talk about money, switch off. But I think that's not the reason. Joseph? Okay, so thank you so much. Really, very unfortunate you wanted to hear from a member country.
Hello?
And you are back.
Are you
Very
hearing
good.
me now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Thank you very much. My sincere apologies. I think a little bit of network challenges here. Thank you for.
Can you maybe speak louder or come close to the microphone?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is it better now? Is it much better now? Is it?
Yeah, slightly better. If you can increase the volume, that would be helpful for the people to hear your good points.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your inviting the Honorable Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Investment Promotion in Zimbabwe. His shoes are too big for me, but nevertheless, I'll go through his presentation. It is a profound honor to join this esteemed panel today. This platform holds great importance, and it offers an opportunity for the continent to collectively chart a way forward towards sustainable development amid pressing global challenges. The world continues to face mounting sustainable development crisis, with progress on the SDG remaining quite off track. For the African continent, the current pace of progress falls far short of achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. There are several interconnected factors which are slowing our progress. I'll mention only three. The global economic environment remains uncertain, dominated by geopolitical tensions, amplifying uncertainty, and leading to tighter global financial conditions, which are disproportionately affecting small open economies, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. Number two, the fiscal space remains constrained, driven by persistent debt vulnerabilities and subdued global economic activity. Number three, climate change continues to endlessly increase these vulnerabilities. The Economic Commission for Africa estimates that Africa faces annual financing gap ranging from 670 billion to 762 billion to meet the SDGs by 2030. The gap is further compounded by ongoing debt distress, which leads to development distress and hampering investment towards productive sectors of the economy, as well as the key social factors, sectors of education and health. The global aid landscape has deteriorated sharply. Official development assistance fell by 9% in 2024 and is further projected to decline by 23% in 2025. External financing is becoming more scarce, and this highlights the urgent need for Africa to find innovative means to mobilize domestic resources to cover the financing gap. At the same time, governments and central banks are expected to sustain prudent fiscal and monetary policies to narrow the budget deficit and reduce the debt burden, as well as maintaining macroeconomic stability. Allow me to highlight some of the policy prescriptions that could enable us to expand our fiscal space without compromising long-term investment in climate resilience and development programs. Number one, strengthening domestic tax policy and administrative capacity. Africa's tax to GDP ratio remains low in the range 16 to 18%, far below the global benchmark of 25%. This is partly due to manual tax processes that are prone to errors and evasions, as well as high administrative costs and a large informal sector economy. To capture this untapped tax, reforms are required, and these should prioritize, among other things, tax administration efficiency, insulating the tax administration from political interference, and building a comprehensive compendium of taxpayer database. Automation of tax processes will help reduce compliance burdens and improve efficiency. Zimbabwe is currently modernizing its tax framework by adopting digital tools, expanding digitalization to better collect revenues from its large informal sector, as well as a growing digital economy. Recently, government introduced innovative tax instruments. A 15% digital services withholding tax on payments to foreign digital service providers was recently introduced. Government also introduced an intermediate money transfer tax, which has allowed us to broaden the tax base and open the fiscal space. Number two, improving expenditure efficiency. Developing nations, more open economies with low public spending efficiency often realize gaps of 48 to 53% compared to developed countries which maintain an average gap of less than 15%. This translates to substantial lost potential in service delivery. In this regard, it is important that governments reorient expenditures towards areas that would crowd in private savings and investment. This involves expenditure policy shifts to gear towards infrastructure development, towards human and capital development and communication. In addition, it is imperative that governments step into technology and new technologies in order to streamline procurement requirements, as well as reduce opportunities for fraud and administrative errors. Number three, improving on ease of doing business. To foster a more conducive environment that guarantees sustainable economic growth, governments should accelerate the implementation of comprehensive business reforms aimed at reducing both the cost and complexity of doing business. Streamlining requirements with lower entry costs for new businesses to encourage entrepreneurship and attract both local and foreign investment. In addition to reducing the regulatory burden, government should also review institutional frameworks, rationalize overlapping bodies, and strengthen collaboration among agencies. This will go a long way in improving compliance and accountability, ultimately creating a more investor-friendly environment. These measures will drive innovation, expand economic opportunities, create new opportunities for business growth, and foster inclusive growth across countries. In line with this broader vision, the government of Zimbabwe has taken concrete steps to improve the business climate. Under the National Clarion Call, Zimbabwe is open for business. Government has undertaken comprehensive ease of doing business and regulatory reforms covering over 12 sectors of the economy. And this review is nearing completion in order to lower the cost of regulation, the cost of compliance, and to improve the doing business environment. What is it that we need to do as African economies? Among other things, it is important, number 4, that we leverage on natural resources, our natural resource wealth. Sub-Saharan Africa, much of Africa indeed, is endowed with extensive mineral resources. Our nations overflow with national mineral wealth, estimated well in excess of 5-6 trillion, and with renewable resources valued well beyond 5 trillion. The continent holds at least 30 to 50% of critical mineral reserves. And with the right investment, this could boost GDP significantly and as well fiscal revenues for our countries. Our mineral wealth includes gold, platinum, coal, cobalt, chrome, diamond, nickel, rare earth elements, among many, many others. Africa also has tremendous renewable energy potential with solar, wind, hydropower, and geothermal capable of supplying over 80% of new power generation. The IMF estimates global revenues from copper, nickel, cobalt, and lithium extraction will total 16 trillion over the next 25 years. Regrettably, significantly less than 10% of this remains in Africa. Yet, much of this wealth is currently exported also as raw materials.
Yeah, please try to summarize. So that we can save time, please.
Okay, thank you. The mining sector agreements with multilateral international mining corporations often tilted heavily against developing economies, and this is leading to fiscal revenue losses. Let me summarize. In conclusion, it is important that our economies move forward with structural transformation, value addition, mineral beneficiation, agro-processing, expanding the manufacturing space. What would this require? I won't go into detail. It will require, number 1, macroeconomic stability, achieving and sustaining macroeconomic stability characterized by low and stable inflation. Number 2, infrastructure, transport, energy, digital connectivity as critical imperatives for expanding growth and creating new frontiers for business. Number 3, skills and human capital development. Number 4, and in conclusion, it is also important that we leverage on our financial capital and capital markets as well as the diaspora market. Africa's financial markets face challenges, including limited liquidity, including low debt and low investor confidence. And this has heightened volatility, including spikes in bond yields. It is very important that we expand our capital markets development, that we expand engagement with the diaspora, that we leverage also on the existing pension funds so that they are investable in Africa and not just abroad. Importantly, also to expand on initiatives that
so please try to summarize, George. Let's try to summarize it because you're running out of time.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me end there.
Thank you very much, George. You've just given us a lot of you've given us a lot of material, which is very important for this audience, especially domestic resource mobilization, the capital market development, and creating an environment for private sector investment. You talked about the ease of doing business, and also reforms and governance, leveraging natural resources, and of course, strategic investments in areas that promote growth. This is very, very critical. Thank you very much, really, for this information. Now, dear colleagues, we have heard now from the policymakers who gave us exactly those are the people who are really taking decisions at the country levels. And you've heard from support institutions, the IMF, you've heard about the facilities, the Africa Development Bank. You also have heard from philanthropy, which is also another emerging development partner that is very, very useful. And also from the African Union Commission, which is setting the rules for the entire continent, including, of course, the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And we've heard from one member country, Minister of Finance, what they think is very, very useful. And now we want to take some few questions so that you've been seated for a long time, and we don't want to just leave without hearing from you. So if there is any intervention, any questions, any proposals, please, the floor is open. Okay, so everyone seems to be tired. So I want you to help me in terms of really thanking our two panels that have really given us a lot of material that will be very useful for everybody who has attended. So thank you so much. Please round of applause. Yeah. And thank you very much. Now let me hand over to the chairman. And again, congratulations for being elected as our chair for the whole of next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that we can again give a round of applause to our moderator for his excellent guidance of this passionate, enriching, and engaging high-level panel on unlocking finance for climate resilience and sustainable development in Africa. As well, congratulations and thankful regards to our panelists who have brought their insightful contributions to that fundamental topic for us. So if you would have a look at your watch, you would see that we are 10 minutes before 7 p.m. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And we were actually supposed to start our third and last high-level panel for today at 4:30 p.m., which basically means that we are almost 2.5 hours behind schedule. So what we have decided with Secretariat for our forum is that for not our so positive day to turn up into a punishment for all of you and all of us tonight, we have decided with approval of panelists for the last high-level panel 3 to postpone this panel for tomorrow morning. I can see that you feel relieved. So obviously it was the wise decision. So, and I thank the panelists for this third panel for their understanding of this situation where we have clearly run out of time. So for tomorrow, trying to catch up a little bit on our schedule, the program which was supposed to start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. will start at 8:30 a.m. So I very kindly appeal to all our delegates, all our distinguished guests to be on time because we will need to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning with the third panel, which is agenda item 5, which will relate to achieving full employment and decent work for all, poverty reduction and social protection in Africa. So for now, this brings us to the end of official business for the first day of our forum. We shall resume tomorrow morning at what time? 8:30 a.m. sharp. And before we leave the room, and for me, a very good evening for tonight in Addis Ababa. I wish to turn to the Secretariat for some last announcement for the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Chair, and also thank you for handling your panel with such great aplomb, Executive Secretary. There's nothing from our side. You've covered all the bases. We will have 3 high-level panels tomorrow with youth and civil society on data-based, evidence-based national planning, and again, speaking to this issue of employment, job creation, and building better cities. There'll be breakaway sessions tomorrow, and then we'll consolidate a lot of these issues with report backs at the end of the day. So if the day can begin promptly at 8:30, we'll be able to cover all agenda items. Thank you so much for your patience, for your time. Enjoy your evening in Addis Ababa. See you tomorrow.